Chapter 526. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The comprehension of the minor true intent was much more difficult than imagined. Chunzong's comprehension had completely reached a bottleneck, and after a month, his progress was very shallow. His cultivation also seemed to have reached a bottleneck, and it was difficult for him to break through to the peak of LV9 of the true martial realm. Needless to say, his body refining did not make any progress. Chunzong had an idea. Perhaps he should leave this place and go out to gain experience. Brother Chun, make some preparations. We are heading to Dragon Shadow Island. The ninth prince came over and said directly. From his expression and tone, there was a kind of excitement and anticipation. Dragon Shadow Island. Chunzong was curious. Judging from a name, it should be an island. Other than that, he knew nothing about it. The Dragon Shadow Island is a floating island located at the edge of the Dragon Chart region, 10,000 meters in the air. The innermost layer is surrounded by the Black Annihilation Lightning. The second layer is surrounded by the Purple Spirit Slaughter Lightning. The third layer is surrounded by the Red Break Lightning. And the outermost layer is the bone-eroding Astral Wind layer, the ninth prince said. Chunzong was astonished. The bone-eroding astral wind was a terrifying kind of astral wind that no one below the transcendent realm could resist. Even a grandmaster pseudo-transcendent could not resist it. The extreme shattering red thunder was a terrifying kind of thunder that could kill or injure extreme realm cultivators, while the spirit-devouring purple thunder could kill or injure earth spirit realm cultivators. As for the profound, extinguishing black thunder, it could kill or injure heavenly profound realm cultivators. Every once in a while, perhaps 10, 20, or 30 years, there will be a tide of wind and lightning. Whether it's the bone-corroding astral wind, the extreme shattering red lightning, the spirit slaughter purple lightning, or the profound annihilation black lightning, their powers will all temporarily recede. During this time, we'll be able to enter Dragon Shadow Island, the ninth prince continued. Ninth prince, could there be some kind of treasure on this Dragon Shadow Island? Chunzong asked. It was definitely extraordinary to be surrounded by such a terrifying power. The origin of Dragon Shadow Island is unknown. It is said that it was left behind by an ancient expert. It is the place where that expert comprehended the Tao. The ninth prince said there are many fake spiritual medicines and even real spiritual medicines on Dragon Shadow Island. It is also possible to find real spiritual weapons and obtain the inheritance of powerful warriors. It has been 30 years since the last storm. This is a good opportunity for us to enter Dragon Shadow Island, the ninth prince said with a smile. If so, how can we compete with those transcendent realm masters? Chunzong asked rhetorically. Don't worry, Brother Chun. Perhaps this is a method left behind by that master, so transcendents are unable to enter Dragon Shadow Island, the ninth prince said with a smile. Chunzong's eyes lit up. If one were to compete with a group of transcendents, not only would it be extremely difficult, but it would also be extremely dangerous. However, if one was below the transcendent realm, there was a great chance. But we can't let our guard down, because there are many people who have entered Dragon Shadow Island. They are the top geniuses of various sects and forces, and there are even many veteran pseudo-transcendents and grandmasters, the ninth prince said in a solemn tone. Whether it was the ninth prince or Chunzong, both of them had a fighting strength of 5 stars. Within the true martial realm of the Longtu region, they were already at the peak of fighting strength. After all, there were too few people in the true martial realm who could raise their fighting strength to 6 stars. Even the Longtu royal family, which had such a deep and powerful background, could not nurture more than a few people. However, there were quite a few 7-star pseudo-transcendents, 8-star pseudo-transcendents, and even 9-star martial ancestor realm masters. Brother Chun, this time, besides you and me, my Master Black Sword Sect, Lai Yun Xiao, Long Pajuan, and their guard will also go. My 8 brothers and their followers will also enter. In addition, the people from the 4 mid-rank sects will also enter. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. There's no time to lose. Let's go now, the ninth prince said. Because the 4 mid-rank sects had earthly spirit realm cultivators, they were qualified to talk to the Dragon Chart royal family. As for the low-rank sects, they were much weaker and did not have the qualifications. The resources were limited. The fewer people there were, the greater the chances. Therefore, opportunities like the Dragon Shadow Island had excluded most of the people from the lower-rank sections. If Chunzong had not joined the Ninth Prince's side, he would not have been able to get such an opportunity. When he felt that his cultivation had reached a bottleneck, he planned to inform the Ninth Prince before going out to train. He did not expect to come to an opportunity like Dragon Shadow Island. It felt like a pillow being sent to him when he was sleepy. How could he let go of a piece of meat that was sent to his mouth? After the Ninth Prince left the Serene residence, he met up with Lai Yunxiao, Long Pajuan, Long Zhonghong, Chu Ziheo, and the others. They were accompanied by a few pseudo-transcendents. Love Goshao Sei W. Chu. After that, Chun Zong saw the other princes. The first prince, second prince, third prince, and the eighth prince. Every prince's cultivation was at least at the peak of true martial realm LV9. As for the first prince, he was a pseudo-transcendence. Every prince was accompanied by a few people, and each of them had extraordinary combat strength. Among the 9 princes of the imperial family, the third prince and the ninth prince were the most outstanding. However, this did not mean that the other 7 princes were mediocre. On the contrary, they were all very outstanding and could not be underestimated. The 9 princes had different temperaments, but their goal was the same, which was to become the crown prince of the imperial family. As long as they were crowned as the crown prince, they would be the heir to the imperial throne. For the crown prince's position and the imperial throne, the 9 princes fought openly and secretly. However, at this moment, they all seemed to be very harmonious. Greetings, first brother, second brother, third brother. The 9th prince greeted them one by one. The other princes also greeted each other happily. 9th brother, I heard that you recruited a top genius. It must be him. The 8th prince glanced at Chunzong with his hands behind his back and said to the 9th prince with a smile, Brother Chin's talent is indeed extraordinary, the 9th prince said with a smile. A dead genius is nothing, the 3rd prince suddenly said, which immediately changed the atmosphere. Ding Xian and Su Xing, who were standing beside the 3rd prince, both looked at Chunzong with undisguised coldness in their eyes. In addition, the middle-aged man standing beside the 3rd prince had an overbearing look in his eyes. The pressure he brought was as heavy as a mountain, which made Chunzong feel a little difficult to breathe. You're right, 3rd brother, the 9th prince responded with a smile. A dead genius was nothing. Many people knew that. The 3rd prince's words were obviously directed at Chunzong, while the 9th prince's answer was directed at the 3rd prince's followers. Entering Dragon Shadow Island was undoubtedly a good opportunity to weaken the overall strength of the others. The other 7 princes did not say anything. This was a battle between the 3rd prince and the 9th prince. At least on the surface, they would not interfere. At this moment, a huge shadow appeared. Chunzong and the others looked up. The shadow was like a large dark cloud. If they looked carefully, they would find that it was a ship. This ship was completely black. The bow of the ship looked like a dragon's head. It was magnificent and gave off shocking energy waves. The Black Dragon Giant Spirit Ship is here, the 9th prince said with a smile. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. As if he was talking to Chunzong and the others, he said, The Black Dragon Giant Spirit Ship is a flying spiritual weapon of the royal family. It is rarely used, but it is a rare opportunity to come across on Dragon Shadow Island. A flying spiritual weapon. Chunzong was secretly shocked when he heard this. He had also heard of the reputation of a flying spirit tool. Among the same grade, the value of a flying spirit tool was often much higher. Generally speaking, the bigger the spiritual weapon, the harder it was to forge, and the more valuable it would be. This Black Dragon Giant Spirit Ship was 20 meters long and 8 meters wide. The cabin was 6 meters high, which was enough to accommodate many people. The Black Dragon Giant Spirit Ship landed and stopped about 10 meters above the ground. Let's go. Immediately, one by one, They launched their movement skills and rushed up to the deck of the Black Dragon Giant Spirit ship. Then they arranged their rooms. With a long cry like a dragon's roar, the Black Dragon Giant Spirit ship began to move. It rose to about 5,000 meters in the air, and a transparent protective shield covered the entire ship. Dragon Shadow Island was located at the edge of the Dragon Diagram region. They would pass through 4 prefectures, which was a long journey. The Black Dragon Giant Spirit ship's protective shield can withstand the attacks of extreme mortal realm cultivators without breaking. The Ninth Prince explained, if the shield is activated to the maximum, it can withstand the attacks of Earth Spirit Realm cultivators. However, it will consume a large amount of spiritual energy. A flying spiritual weapon like the Black Dragon Giant Spirit ship required spiritual energy to move. Ninth Prince, could that middle-aged man beside the third prince be the Conqueror Martial Sect? Shenzong asked as they chatted. That's right, he is the Conqueror Sect. The Ninth Prince said with a grave expression. The Conqueror Martial Sect is also very powerful. He's only slightly weaker than my teacher. If you meet him alone on Dragon Shadow Island, you must escape as quickly as possible. The third prince and the ninth prince had the most intense conflict. The third prince had schemed against Shenzong before. Without a doubt, if the third prince had the chance, he would definitely kill Shenzong to weaken the ninth prince's strength. After entering Dragon Shadow Island, it was obviously unrealistic for a group to move together. They might be separated due to some circumstances, and it was inevitable that they would be left alone. The Black Dragon Giant Spirit ship's flying speed was not very fast, but it was many times faster than a true martial realm cultivator. It was comparable to an ordinary extreme mortal realm cultivator. Although the boundaries of the 4 prefectures were vast, at this speed, it would only take a few days to cross it. The people of the Wanluo sect are on good terms with my third brother. Moreover, the underworld crow died under your sword, so the people of the Wanluo sect will not let go of any chance to kill you. The ninth prince said again, telling him all the possible dangers. Another thing worth paying attention to is the disciples of the ancient mountain. The ninth prince's expression was somewhat serious. What do you mean? Shenzong was surprised. The Dragon Diagram region was known as the 4 Great Middle Rank Sect. The Ancient Mountain was one of them, and also the leader. However, unlike the other 3 Middle Rank Sect, the Ancient Mountain was more low-key and mysterious. Rumor has it that many years ago, the Ancient Mountain was once a high-rank sect, but for some unknown reason, it declined to a middle-rank sect. However, its foundation is even deeper than the Fleeting Sword sect. There is also another rumor that the Ancient Mountain is a branch of a huge power. The ninth prince said, and the disciples of the Ancient Mountain are very few. Almost every generation, there is only one successor. The entire sect only has a few dozen people, but every one of them is a top genius with astonishing fighting strength. According to what I know, in the current generation of true martial realm, there are disciples of the Ancient Mountain whose fighting strength has reached 6 star. End of chapter. Chapter 5:27. There was a huge valley at the border between the Dragon Diagram region and the Ancient Ink region. However, this valley was completely barren, with not a single trace of vegetation. 10,000 meters above the desolate valley, a layer of black windstorm swept out, covering 10,000 kilometers. It formed a circle, blowing mightily, whistling incessantly. The black storm contained an astonishing power. If one looked carefully, they would discover that it was as if countless black wind needles had gathered together to form this astonishing storm. This was the bone-eroding astral wind that caused all cultivators below the transcendent realm to tremble in fear. If a true martial realm cultivator were to be caught in this astral wind, their true chi would be directly torn apart and their skin and bones would be completely corroded, disappearing from the world. Further in, there were red thunderbolts as thick as an arm swimming around, like countless dancing dragons and snakes, emitting an astonishing aura. This was the extreme breaking red thunder that could injure or even kill a peak realm cultivator. Further inside were purple lightning that was devilish to the point of seeming even more berserk as they danced about. They were filled with a terrifying power, as if they were savage dragons. This was the spirit-devouring purple lightning that could injure and kill an Earth Spirit Realm practitioner. The innermost layer was different from the first three. It was very calm, and the naked eye could see finger-sized black thunderbolts flowing like water, forming a circle. It had a beginning and an end, and was as serene as the clouds. However, under this serenity, there was a destructive power that could destroy everything. Profound extinguishing black thunder. At the center of the bone, eroding astral wind, extreme breaking red thunder, spirit-murdering purple thunder, and profound extinguishing black thunder. There was a circular island floating in the air, and one could vaguely see the towering vegetation on the island. The huge black dragon head ship came from afar, and finally stopped 1,000 meters above the barren valley. Streams of light flashed in the distance, emitting tyrannical auras. They brought about an astonishing storm as they rapidly approached, and then stopped above the barren valley. The violent storm blew, and as it raged, a layer of the barren valley was forcibly scraped up, destroying it once again. This was also the reason why this valley was barren all year round. Standing on the deck of the Black Dragon Spirit ship, Chunzong looked at the streams of light that appeared one after another, each of them in different shapes. The 4 streams of light represented the 4 middle rank sect in the Longta region. Brother Chun, that is the flying spirit artifact of the 1,000 Ancient Mountain. The 9th prince pointed to a flying spirit artifact with a strange appearance. It was very strange. It looked like a small hill, about 5 meters tall and 6 meters wide. It was brown all over and emitted a heavy and steady aura. Soon after, the top of the small hill-shaped flying spirit artifact split open, and 2 figures rose up. On the right was an old man. His hair and beard were all white, but his complexion was ruddy. His skin was as smooth as a baby's, and his eyes were bright and full of spirit. His gaze seemed to be able to pierce through the void. The old man's attire was very simple. It was a sleeveless gray martial arts suit that covered his entire body. There was a black mound mark on his left chest. The muscles all over his body looked as if they were cast from iron. He looked very terrifying, as if he contained an astonishing power that could destroy a mountain. Beside the old man was a young man. His face was simple and unadorned, but his eyes were shining brightly. Other than being weaker than the old man, his charm was about the same. The young man was also wearing a gray sleeveless martial arts suit. There was also a black mound mark on his left chest. His exposed arms seemed to be cast from iron. His muscles swelled, as if they were about to burst open the martial arts suit. It felt as if his body contained a tyrannical power like a mountain. The cultivation of the 1,000 Ancient Mountain follows the ancient martial path. It is different from the current Qi cultivation. It is mainly body refinement. Their ancient war body has its own uniqueness and is extremely tyrannical. The 9th prince said, "It could be said that the 1,000 Ancient Mountain belonged to the kind of body refinement martial artists that had almost disappeared, pure body refinement martial artists." For a moment, Chunzong's heart soared with fighting spirit, but he didn't know which was stronger between the so-called ancient war body and his own small success golden jade, unbreakable body. As if sensing Chunzong's gaze, the disciple of the 1,000 Ancient Mountain looked over and greeted Chunzong with a grin. Chunzong also smiled and nodded in response. The fleeting sword sect's flying spirit weapon was a strange, broad, and long sword. It was 12 meters long and 4 meters wide. Quite a few people stood on top of the dazzling silver sword, and their leader was the Earth Spirit Realm practitioner who'd wanted to take Chunzong as his disciple twice in a row, Forefather Tianhong. In addition, there were 3 pseudo-transcendent realm cultivators. Next was the graceful sword sect's first core disciple, Feng Xingmie. He carried a long sword on his back, and his eyebrows were like swords. His eyes flashed with a sharp light, as if there were 2 extremely sharp sword lights hidden in them. His whole body exuded an astonishing sharpness, like an unsheathed sword. Next were the 3rd core disciple, Zhou Bai, and the fourth core disciple, Yi Jingfeng. Zhou Bai had a smile on his face, as if he had a smiling face, while Yi Jingfeng still had a cold and indifferent expression. Xianjin Palace's flying spirit artifact was also very special. It looked like a small palace, but this palace didn't have a roof, and several figures stood inside. The leader of Xianjin Palace was an old man in a white robe with countless circle patterns on his white robe. He was an Earth Spirit Realm ancestor of Xianjin Palace. In addition, there were 3 pseudo-transcendent realm cultivators and the first core disciple, second core disciple, third core disciple, and fourth core disciple. The fourth core disciple was also Chunzong's acquaintance, Qin Yi. Qin Yi also saw Chunzong and cupped his fists. Chunzong also cupped his fists in return. Noticing Qin Yi's actions, the other 3 core disciples of Xianjin Palace also glanced at Chunzong, as if they wanted to see who he was. Qin Yi also seemed to introduce him to them. Finally, there was the Wanluo sect. The Wanluo sect's flying spirit artifact was also very strange. It looked like a large black bat, and an Earth Spirit Realm elder of the Wanluo sect stood on the bat. He wore a black robe, and his body was surrounded by black ripples. Then there were still 3 pseudo-transcendent realm cultivators, followed by the Wanluo sect's first core disciple, Yin Wuqing. Yin Wuqing wore a dark red robe, and his face was abnormally pale. His eyes were slightly sunken, and his whole body was emitting a cold aura. Since his brother Yin Weia died in the Tian Yin secret realm, Yin Wuqing had become even colder. As for the Wanluo sect's second core disciple, Su Xing, he was now following the third prince on the Black Dragon giant spirit ship. The original third core disciple had died under Chunzong's sword. Now, the third core disciple was weaker, only having the combat strength of a peak 4-star. As for the fourth core disciple, his combat strength was even weaker. At this moment, a figure flew up from the Black Dragon giant spirit ship, exuding a vast and mighty aura, like the scorching sun shining on all things. A profound sky realm expert, the Guardian King. The town Guardian King raised his head and looked into the sky. He saw that the bone-corroding astral wind layer, extreme breaking red lightning, spirit-murdering purple lightning, and mysterious annihilating black lightning were all undergoing rapid changes. They were surging like tides in the sea. Earth Spirit Realm experts, follow me. The Guardian King opened his mouth, and his voice was as mighty as the sound of the heavens, spreading in all directions. With a violent roar, the air violently rolled like the sea in a storm, blowing the flying spirit artifacts as if they were swaying on the sea. A white aura rose up in spirals, like a giant pillar reaching the sky. On the ancient mountain's flying spirit artifact, the elder had already disappeared and rushed into the sky. Then, one figure after another broke through and soared into the sky. This time, the imperial family sent a profound sky realm expert as insurance, and an earth spirit realm expert. The 4 mid-ranked sect also sent an earth spirit realm expert each. 5 earth spirit realm experts soared into the sky and stopped 10,000 meters in the sky. Although Earth Spirit Realm experts couldn't truly fly in the sky like profound sky realm experts, it wasn't difficult for them to stay in the sky for a short period of time. In front of the 5 Earth Spirit Realm experts, the bone-corroding astral wind was gradually dispersing along with the fluctuations. In some places, the bone-corroding astral wind was incomparably strong, far stronger than usual, but in other places, the bone-corroding astral wind had become thin, like mist blown by the wind. Attack! The Guardian King's eyes flickered with golden light, calculating the trajectory and strength of the bone-corroding astral wind. Then he opened his mouth, and the 5 Earth Spirit Realm experts instantly attacked. The Ancient Mountains expert punched out, and the fist energy pierced through the void. The Fleeting Sword Sect's ancestor Tian Hong drew his sword, and the sword light tore through the heaven and earth. The Profound Truth Palace's ancestor drew a circle in the air with his right hand, and then pointed at the center of the circle with his finger. The finger energy pierced through the air, and brought about heavy ripples as it pierced through the air. The myriad sifting sex elder opened his hands and grabbed at the air, and a black cold aura filled the air. He then pushed forward, and the black aura turned into a black bat and flew out. As for the Imperial family's Earth Spirit Realm expert, he continuously slapped out with both of his palms. In less than 1/100th of a second, he had slapped out hundreds of palms and mixed them together to form a rumbling golden dragon. With the 5 experts working together, they immediately broke through the weak, bone-corroding astral wind. Moreover, the remaining power formed a broad path and directly penetrated the extreme, breaking red lightning. It just so happened that the weakest layer of the extreme, shattering red lightning had appeared under the changes of the wind and thunder tides. It was irresistibly pierced through by the strength of the 5 Earth Spirit Realm practitioners as it swiftly spread towards the Spirit Slaughter purple lightning. If it was under normal circumstances, it would be almost impossible for the 5 of them to break through the spirit-murdering purple lightning. However, under the changes of the wind and thunder tide, it had shown its weakest moment, and was even slightly weaker than the extreme breaking red lightning at its peak. Therefore, under the combined attack of the 5 Earth Spirit Realm experts, it was directly broken through without the slightest bit of resistance. The last layer was the most tyrannical, profound, annihilating black lightning. Normally, even a sky profound realm expert would find it difficult to break through, let alone 5 Earth Spirit Realm experts. Even if there were 10 times more of them, it would still be difficult to break through the layer of profound, annihilating black lightning and pierce through it. But at this moment, the power of the profound, annihilating black lightning had been reduced to the extreme and was 3 times stronger than the spirit-murdering purple lightning under normal circumstances. Even so, the combined attack of the 5 Earth Spirit Realm experts was unable to break through it as easily as before. When it reached the end and was about to completely break through the layer of profound, annihilating black lightning, it was exhausted. Chapter 528. 10,000 meters up in the sky, the 5 Earth Spirit Realm experts looked solemn, but the Guardian King remained calm. He made his move and grabbed at the air with one hand. Amidst the howling wind and clouds, a huge golden dragon claw, several hundred meters wide, descended from the sky. It tore through the clouds and fiercely grabbed at the last layer of the profound, extinguishing black lightning. A large patch of profound, extinguishing black lightning was instantly shattered. Normally, the Guardian King would have a hard time doing this despite his strength. The last layer of profound annihilation black lightning was torn apart, and the broad path formed by the power of the 5 Earth Spirit Realm experts successfully spread out, reaching the edge of the island. Immediately after, the 5 Earth Spirit Realm experts stretched out their hands and began to pour out their strength to maintain the stability of the passage. After observing for a moment, the passage was stable and wouldn't be shaken no matter how strong the wind and thunder were. The Guardian King then flew down from the sky. "Get ready, it's time to go." The Town King's voice was transmitted into the ears of every warrior who was about to enter the Dragon Shadow Island. Immediately after, everyone felt that they were enveloped by an irresistible power. Their bodies rose into the air, and their speed was extremely fast. They were like meteors that shot into the sky one after another. This speed was several times faster than riding on a grade 9 monster beast. Everything around them couldn't be seen at all. They only felt like they were in a trance. Before they could savor the feeling, their bodies suddenly came to a stop 10,000 meters up in the sky. Looking at the scene before them, everyone was shocked. Even some of the more scheming people couldn't help but be shocked. Not to mention true martial realm cultivators. Even pseudo-transcendent realm cultivators couldn't reach 10,000 meters up in the sky with their own strength. This was because the higher they went, the thinner the air would be and the more dangerous it would be. Even extreme mortal realm experts would have to be careful when they reached 10,000 meters up in the sky. But now, with the help of the profound heaven realm experts, everyone was able to reach this place that they couldn't reach normally and catch a glimpse of a different scenery. In front of them, the 5 Earth Spirit Realm experts were maintaining the passage. The passage was fluctuating with colorful lights, looking magnificent and magnificent. Around the passage, there were black bone, eroding astral winds blowing, followed by red extreme, shattering red lightning. It was hard to see what was going on, but it gave people a feeling of great danger. "Don't waste time. Quickly enter," the Guardian King said. After all, the longer they maintained the passage, the more energy they would consume. It was a heavy burden. But for a moment, no one moved. It was true that they had heard about the mysteries of the Dragon Shadow Island. However, they were just rumors. Whether or not the passage was safe, no one could be sure. What if a lightning bolt suddenly appeared? Wouldn't that be a dead end? Moreover, it would be a very unjust death. However, the town king didn't have the time to wait for everyone to make a decision. He directly used his power to make everyone involuntarily rush towards the passage. Since they were already here, they had to enter no matter what, so they didn't resist too much. Of course, with their strength, they couldn't resist the power of the Guardian King. In the blink of an eye, a few people took the lead and passed through the tunnel at an astonishing speed. When they came into contact with the outermost layer of protection of Dragon Shadow Island, they did not encounter any resistance, as if they had melted into water. Chunzong quickly approached Dragon Shadow Island as well. This time, he was not as fast as when he was 10,000 meters in the air, so he could vaguely see the scenery around him. Countless bolts of lightning wreaked havoc, bringing with them an extremely terrifying aura of destruction. It was as if they existed for the sole purpose of destruction. In front of him, it was originally a blur, but as he got closer, Chunzong saw tall mountains, flowing rivers, and towering plants. It was as if a dragon was swimming among them. Could this be the origin of Dragon Shadow Island's name? The moment this question arose in his mind, Chunzong also approached the outermost layer of protection of Dragon Shadow Island. The moment he came into contact with the outermost layer of protection of Dragon Shadow Island, Chunzong could clearly feel that the power of the town king on him was repelled. It was repelled irresistibly. Even though profound sky realm experts were extremely powerful, they still couldn't resist such power. Profound sky realm, is it not the end of a warrior? There should be a higher realm above the profound sky realm, right? Two thoughts popped up one after another. His body passed through the protective layer of Dragon Shadow Island completely and entered it. As his body fell from the sky, an extremely refreshing aura hit him in the face. It was lively and lively, seeping into his body through his pores, making Chunzong feel extremely comfortable. It was as if all his exhaustion had been removed and the deepest part of his body was nourished. He felt refreshed and his spirit lifted. Even his body was adjusted to its best condition. Spiritual energy. The spiritual energy was terrifyingly rich. It was several times, even 10 times richer than any place Chunzong had been to. For transcendent realm masters, this was undoubtedly an excellent place to cultivate. Unfortunately, transcendents were unable to enter this place, and those below the transcendent realm were still unable to directly absorb world energy to cultivate. At most, they could only absorb the power of a substandard spirit source to assist their cultivation. However, being in such a place was also quite nourishing for one's body. One could only imagine how amazing the natural treasures born here would be. Chunzong believed the Ninth Prince's words even more now. There were many fake spiritual herbs on Dragon Shadow Island, and there were even quite a few real spiritual herbs. Thousands of meters up in the sky, Chunzong quickly fell. Using his movement skill, Chunzong slowed down his fall. In the last 100 meters, Chunzong pushed his floating swan movement skill to the limit. His body floated down like a feather and finally landed safely. However, there was no one else around. If Chunzong had entered by himself, he might have been able to enter together with the Ninth Prince and the others. Unfortunately, he was pushed in by the town king's power. If the town king wanted to, he could naturally control the order of entry and let everyone land at the same place. However, the town king was a member of the royal family, so he didn't care about the others. He only took special care of the ninth prince, letting their guards enter and land at the same time. The others could only pray for themselves. All of a sudden, Chunzong quickly moved his feet, moving 1 meter away. He turned around and threw out a sword attack. The sound of metal clashing was heard, and sparks flew everywhere. Chunzong could feel a powerful power vibrating his star scar sword, which was transmitted to his palm and arm. Chunzong also saw it clearly. It was a python as thick as an arm. Its whole body was golden, and it looked like it was made of metal. The sword attack just now also made Chunzong realize that this python skin was very tough, and could even resist the sharpness of a rank 3 pseudo-spiritual weapon. The golden snake was blown away and landed on the ground. The snake's body quickly rolled on the ground, and then fiercely bounced up like an arrow, shooting towards Chunzong at lightning speed. A golden light flashed, and the golden snake was already in front of Chunzong. Its speed was so fast that it almost exceeded Chunzong's reaction time. Both of his swords were thrown out. One of them blocked the attack of the golden snake, while the other went straight for the snake's weak spot. For all snakes, the weak spot was their weak spot. The golden snake's body flipped and rolled, dodging Chunzong's sword attack at its weak spot. Amidst the sound of metal clashing, its body reverberated, and the snake's tail fiercely attacked towards Chunzong with the power of thousands of pounds. If this attack was able to shatter a mountain, it would be able to shatter a mountain. Putting away his star scar sword, Chunzong gathered his power and grabbed the tail of the golden snake with one hand, fighting against it with 100,000 pounds of distance between them. The moment he grabbed the tail, he felt a tearing pain in his palm. An extremely horrifying power rushed towards him, as if it was going to shatter all the bones in his left arm. Such a horrifying power. Chunzong was secretly shocked. The sword in his right hand was thrown out fiercely, shaking the body of the golden snake. As the power vibrated, the power of the golden snake was also shattered. Then, Chunzong put more power into his left hand. Ignoring the tearing pain, he tightly grabbed the tail of the golden snake and shook it again, shattering the reorganized power of the golden snake. He then threw it up fiercely and smashed it down fiercely with the sound of wind and thunder. With a boom, a crack appeared on the ground below, spreading out. Again and again, Chunzong kept swinging and smashing the ground. The ground within a radius of 1,000 meters was completely destroyed. Every time he smashed the ground, Chunzong would use his skills to let the power penetrate the extremely tough skin of the golden snake and blast into its body. The skin of the golden snake was frighteningly tough. Even a rank 3 pseudo-spiritual weapon could not cut through it. However, Chunzong did not believe that the flesh of the golden snake was as tough as its skin. Plus, with such tough skin, if it was refined, it could be made into some protective gear. After hundreds of attacks, the golden snake was finally killed. It was lifted up by Chunzong in the air. Large amounts of blood flowed out of its mouth and eyes, and it was no longer breathing. Chunzong was sure that if his or her battling power was below 5-star, he or she would not be able to fight against such a golden snake, let alone defeat it. Even a normal early-stage 5-star warrior would not be able to do anything to it. He did not know if such a monster was rare or common on Dragon Shadow Island. If it was the former, it would be fine. If it was the latter, then Dragon Shadow Island was too scary. Perhaps there were some extremely terrifying monsters residing here. However, on second thought, the spirit energy on Dragon Shadow Island was so rich. There must be a lot of treasures here, so it was reasonable for some powerful monsters to be born here. Such a powerful monster was dangerous, but at the same time, it was also an opportunity. For example, if the skin of the golden snake was made into an arm guard, it would be able to protect the arm better. Putting the dead golden snake into the virtual ring would ensure that the snake would not rot and would always be in a fresh state. When he skinned it in the future, the skin would not become dry. If the snake's flesh and blood had not been smashed into minced meat by Chunzong's skillful collision with the ground, it would have been an excellent dish. Of course, even if the flesh and blood of such a demonic beast had been turned into minced meat, it still contained rich energy and had a great effect on ordinary warriors. After putting away the golden snake, Chunzong looked around and made his decision based on the aura in the air. In the end, he headed north. Chunzong felt that the spirit energy there seemed to be richer. Not long after, Chunzong saw a blade of grass growing on a rock. The blade of grass was blood red and very conspicuous. It emitted a majestic aura. With a flash, Chunzong appeared next to the blood-red blade of grass and observed it carefully. After identifying it, Chunzong was sure that it was a pseudo-spiritual medicine. Moreover, it was a pseudo-spiritual medicine that contained a pure and majestic aura. It was very suitable for refining one's body. Chapter 529. The Ninth Prince and Black Sword Sect's Yu Wu Ye had landed together. As the Ninth Prince's bodyguard, Black Sword Sect would naturally follow him to protect him. This was also the arrangement of the Garrison King. After all, the current Crown Prince position was likely to be decided between the Third Prince and the Ninth Prince, so it was necessary to provide a certain degree of protection. Therefore, the Third Prince was accompanied by Black Sword Sect. As for the other 7 princes, their abilities weren't bad either. Even if they couldn't become the Crown Prince or the Emperor in the future, they could still become the pillars of the dynasty. What a great place! The Ninth Prince was amazed. Even though he was the supervisor of the Dragon Eye Guard and knew more detailed information, it was still his first time entering Dragon Shadow Island. The world energy here is abundant. Even the fluctuations of true intent are more obvious than the outside world. Yui was also surprised. For an expert like him, who had comprehended 5 minor true intents, he could vaguely feel the intensity of the true intent fluctuations in the air. If he was at the Transcendent Realm, he could feel it even more clearly. If possible, Yuya of Black Sword Sect really wanted to stay here and carefully comprehend the minor true intent before reaching the Transcendent Realm. In fact, there were many people who didn't want to leave after entering Dragon Shadow Island and stayed here to cultivate. As expected, it didn't take long for them to comprehend the complete true intent and break through to the Transcendent Realm. However, the moment he reached the Transcendent Realm, he was repelled by the power of Dragon Shadow Island and could no longer remain inside. Unfortunately, the Wind and Thunder Tide had already passed, and it was unknown when the next Wind and Thunder Tide would appear. As such, that person fell into the profound, extinguishing black thunder and was instantly blasted into nothingness by it. Therefore, even though they knew that there were countless opportunities on Dragon Shadow Island and that it was extremely beneficial for cultivation, no one dared to stay here for long. They could only treat it as a short-term opportunity and try their best to obtain the benefits. On the other hand, after Chunzong obtained a blood-red pseudo-spirit medicine, although he didn't know its name, he was sure that it was a precious medicine for body refining. Perhaps it would be best to give it to someone else to refine into a pill, such as Chu Ziheo. However, on this Dragon Shadow Island, who knew what dangers he would encounter, it was more important to raise his strength first. Thus, Chunzong chewed and swallowed the blood-red blade of grass in a few bites. Majestic and pure chi energy fluctuations exploded and rushed through his entire body. It was very powerful. Directly ingesting treasured medicines, or even fake spiritual medicines, would usually require one to bear the impact of the instantaneous explosion of power. If one's body was not strong enough, it would be damaged or even explode, resulting in death. However, Chunzong had already mastered the Golden Jade unbreakable body. Even when it was not activated, it was still very strong, enough to withstand this kind of internal explosion. Under the operation of the mysterious Jade Golden Bone skill, the pure and majestic blood chi energy contained within the blood-red grass was quickly refined. The golden color of the pure yang blood chi increased by a few more strands, and although his strength did not increase again, Chunzongfeng could feel that his body had become even more tyrannical, as if it could withstand even greater blows. The Golden Jade unbreakable body was divided into minor accomplishment, great accomplishment, and perfection. Chunzong had already mastered minor accomplishment, but if he wanted to upgrade it to great accomplishment or perfection, he would need a lot of time, energy, and resources. After refining this blade of blood-red grass, Chunzong's golden jade unbreakable body improved a little closer to great accomplishment. Of course, there's still a big gap to great accomplishment. Chunzong estimated that at this level of progress, he would need at least 10 blades of blood-red grass to have a chance of great accomplishment. It was only a chance. He might need 12 blades or even more. If it was in the outside world, it might be very difficult. However, on Dragon Shadow Island, it was not impossible. With a heart full of expectations, Chunzong continued to move forward. When Ding Xian landed, he happened to be separated from the third prince. Coincidentally, he landed at the same place as the third prince's follower, less than 100 meters away. They were colleagues, so they naturally moved together. The two were moving in the opposite direction from Chunzong. In other words, they were moving in opposite directions. It was destined that they would meet. Ding Xian. From afar, Chunzong saw two people appear in front of him. One of them was Ding Xian, the so-called Long Pozong. The other person was the third prince's follower, Chunzong. The moment he saw Chunzong, Ding Xian was slightly startled. Then he clenched his teeth, and his eyes emitted a cold, murderous intent. Chunzong had always been a big problem for him. As time passed, Ding Xian changed his name to Long Pozong. "Brother Xiao, please help me kill this bastard," Ding Xian said to his companion. "My pleasure." Long Xiao grinned. He knew Chunzong, and he also knew that Chunzong was the ninth prince's follower. Killing Chunzong could weaken the ninth prince's overall strength to a certain extent, which was beneficial to the third prince. For the two of them, it was also a merit. Ding Xian wanted to kill Chunzong, and so did Chunzong. His footsteps did not stop, and he did not change his direction. He rushed toward Ding Xian and Long Xiao, faster and faster. Ding Xian and Long Xiao quickly separated. They quickly approached Chunzong, one on the left and one on the right. Their murderous intent was strong, and they locked onto Chunzong. They had the determination to kill Chunzong, even if he ran to the ends of the earth. Ding Xian held the long blade in his hand, and the blade flashed with a sharp, murderous intent. As he raised his feet, he became one with the blade, and his aura became stronger and stronger. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the LV9 true martial realm, and his fighting ability was even stronger. With all of his power activated, he was already at the early stage of the 5-star realm. This blade contained all of Ding Xian's wishes and murderous intent since he was born. He had put all of his power into this blade, and he would not stop until he killed Chunzong. This was a fatal blade, a blade that could cut off all means of retreat. Sharp claws appeared on Long Xiao's hands. They were like the claws of a dragon, and the cold light was dazzling. He opened his left and right hands, one above the other, and pointed his claws at Chunzong, as if he wanted to cut Chunzong in half. Both of them attacked with ferocious killing moves. Their strong aura spread out, and they showed no mercy. Chunzong's expression did not change. He took out his star-scar dual swords and slashed through the air, leaving two bright, deep blue lights. They were like the traces of a meteor shooting through the sky. It was so beautiful that it could shake people's souls. All of a sudden, Chunzong and Ding Xian and Long Xiao passed by each other. Ding Xian's long blade chopped down fiercely. Chunzong's body twisted, and the moment he moved his feet, Ding Xian's long blade missed. When Ding Xian quickly changed his movement and chopped down, the star-scar sword in his left hand had already been thrown out, chopping towards Ding Xian. Long Xiao's two claws had also arrived. The star-scar sword in his right hand twisted and turned, blowing away the two claws and going straight for Long Xiao's throat. Chunzong's battling power was at the late stage of 5-star. Whether compared to Ding Xian or Long Xiao, he was much more powerful. Of course, a normal late-stage 5-star warrior might not be able to dodge and break the full power attack of two early-stage 5-star warriors within one movement. Moreover, he was able to counterattack. The reason why Chunzong could do it was because of his realm. The third level of the body and sword as one realm, the third level of the Zhao Xian realm. This was enough to leave Ding Xian and Long Jiao in the dust. It was the suppression of the realm again. Whether it was Ding Xian's blade or Long Jiao's claws, their trajectories and final landing points were all under Chunzong's control. The feeling of being controlled and controlled by someone who was much more powerful than yourself was undoubtedly very scary. Especially in a life and death situation, the price to pay was death. There was no way to dodge. Chunzong's sword sliced through Ding Xian's and Long Jiao's throats almost at the same time. The moment the extremely sharp swords slit their throats, the terrifying sword qi also invaded their bodies. The impact wreaked havoc. The two of them were unable to dodge or react in time. They were killed by Chunzong's two swords. Without a single drop of blood on them, Chunzong put his sword back into the scabbard and quickly took the two's weapons and mustard seed bags. These were his spoils of war. Unfortunately, these two did not seem to have gained anything. However, killing these two could be counted as cutting off the third prince's wings to a certain extent. As he continued to move forward, there were loud, booming sounds in front of him. The ground was also shaking, as if there was a huge beast hammering the ground. A horrifying qi spread out from afar. He was sure that there was an intense battle ahead. With a thought, Chunzong approached and saw two figures from a few thousand meters away. One of the figures was a ferocious bear. Its entire body was golden, and it was more than 10 meters tall. Its entire body was majestic, as if it was cast from steel. At a glance, one would feel that its body contained an extremely violent power that could destroy mountains and mountains. The opponent of this shining golden bear was a young man. He was wearing a gray, sleeveless martial arts suit. There seemed to be a layer of dark brown light flashing around his body. It also seemed like it was flowing like water. The muscles all over his body were swollen, as if they were about to burst the martial arts suit. The young man's back was facing Chunzong. Chunzong could clearly see two words written in blood on the martial arts suit's back: Ancient. This young man was the only disciple of the Ancient Mountain that entered the Dragon Shadow Island. According to the Ninth Prince, this Ancient Mountain disciple's fighting strength had most likely reached the rare 6-star level. It was extremely terrifying. Chunzong's thoughts moved, and he stopped to watch the battle. The golden violent bear opened its mouth and roared. Layers of sound waves raged like a destructive storm. The roar shook the heavens and the earth, causing the ground to shatter. The Ancient Mountain disciple crossed his arms in front of him and stomped on the ground with force. Under the impact of the terrifying sound waves, his feet caved in and he continuously slid back, leaving 2 marks on the hard ground. After the sound wave attack, the golden violent bear also raised its huge bear paw. As it flashed with golden light, it fiercely slammed down from the sky. It was as if a mountain was pressing down, and it could cause the ground to collapse. With a boom, Chunzong, who was thousands of meters away, once again felt a violent tremor. Countless dust flew into the air, and the ground around the Ancient Mountain disciple collapsed. Many broken stones also flew into the air and were swept by the ripples, turning into powder. After the countless clouds of dust fell, Chunzong was shocked to see that the ferocious attack of the golden violent bear had been blocked by the disciples of the Ancient Mountain. The attack of a huge beast that was over 10 meters long was blocked by a person who was not even 2 meters tall. Just that slap alone was bigger than the disciples of the Ancient Mountain. This scene was undoubtedly very impactful. But what was even more impactful was the strength of the golden violent bear and the disciples of the Ancient Mountain. Chapter 530. Regardless of whether it was the golden violent bear or the 1,000 Ancient Mountain disciple, they both possessed the fighting strength of a 6-star level, which gave Chunzong a great shock. This kind of battle was rare, and Chunzong was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he stayed where he was and continued to watch the battle. The golden violent bear's strength was extremely frightening. Its strength was astonishing, and it was extremely brutal. Chunzong knew that if he were to fight against it, he would have no chance of winning. Even if he used his sword intent and secret sword technique point star, it would still be the same. He did not even know if he could break through that layer of golden skin. However, the Thousand Ancient Mountain Disciple was extremely excited that he could meet such an opponent. The brown halo around his body became more and more intense. It flowed like water, but it also seemed like a mountain was moving. An astonishing sound rang out, causing the air to surge. The layer of brown halo seemed to be about to condense into a solid form, like a set of armor. An astonishing battle intent soared into the sky, rolling as if it was about to shatter the clouds. Ancient war body, Chunzong thought to himself, his eyes shining. The ancient mountain's ancient war body was famous far and wide. It was a top-body refining technique. Chunzong could feel an extremely powerful qi and blood fluctuation and an astonishing physical strength fluctuation from the ancient mountain disciple's body. But this fluctuation did not have the slightest bit of true power fluctuation. In other words, the ancient mountain disciple only cultivated a body refining technique. Both of his fists continuously punched out. After activating the ancient war body, the ancient mountain disciple gave up on defense and turned into offense. Using offense against offense, he ruthlessly attacked, as if he never knew what retreating was. Boom, boom, boom. Countless ripples surged and spread thousands of meters away, lifting up layers of soil and flying into the air like a sandstorm. Chunzong squinted his eyes and stared. He could tell that the fists of the 1,000 ancient mountain disciples contained an extremely berserk power, and every fist was like a reddish-brown comet that carried raging flames as it fiercely smashed out. It was obviously a type of body refining martial art. Ancient War Fist. The inheritance of the ancient mountain seemed to be relatively simple, not as complicated as the other sect. In terms of the number of cultivation methods and martial arts, they were not even comparable to the low-rank sect. The biggest inheritance was the ancient war body and the ancient war fist that went with it. The true power of the ancient war fist could only be unleashed by cultivating the ancient war body. Under the attack of the ancient war fist, the golden violent bear gradually changed from attacking to defending. It kept retreating as if the other party was the violent bear. It was furious and let out a series of angry roars. 100 blows, 1,000 punches, the 1,000 ancient mountain disciples seemed to not know fatigue or pain as they crazily punched out, and in the end, even their figures disappeared like a reddish-brown comet storm. Although the golden violent bear was tyrannical under such a terrifying bombardment, it was still bombarded until its entire body swayed, and a large amount of blood flowed out from its mouth, nose, eyes, and ears. Following that, it fell down, lying limply like a layer of rotten meat, and even the extremely tough skin on its body was broken in all directions. Haha! The Eternal Mountain Disciple let out an incomparably carefree laugh. Chunzong could feel that his fighting spirit was growing stronger, but his aura was constantly weakening. It should be because he had consumed too much of his strength in the battle with the Golden Bear. As if sensing Chunzong's gaze, the Eternal Mountain Disciple turned his head and looked over, then grinned. Chunzong immediately felt a fighting spirit rush towards him. In all fairness, Chunzong knew that he was not the Eternal Mountain Disciple's opponent at his peak, but in this state, Chunzong was 80% confident that he could kill him. However, there was no grudge between the two of them, and there was no conflict of interest at the moment, so Chunzong did not need to do this. Smiling at the other party as a greeting, Chunzong retreated a bit to show his attitude of not being enemies, then turned around and left. The Eternal Mountain Disciple also withdrew his gaze and stood in place, circulating his secret art to restore his strength. Chunzong, a pseudo-transcendent from the 10,000 Sifting sect, discovered Chunzong from afar and immediately used his movement skill to quickly approach. Feeling the cold, murderous intent, Chunzong did not hesitate and hurriedly pushed his movement skill to the limit, quickly retreating. With the strength of a late-stage 5-star, coupled with his hidden sword intent, secret sword, and superb sword technique, even if it was a peak 5-star, Chunzong was confident that he would not be defeated. However, If it was against a 6-star, his strength would not be enough. As for the pseudo-transcendent above 6-star, they were at least 7-star, and unless he used the Red Thunder Sword, he would not be their opponent. The Red Thunder Sword was a transcendent level power, so Chunzong would not use it if he could. Underworld Crow had died to Chunzong's sword. Regardless of whether it was a direct confrontation or a sneak attack, there was an irreconcilable enmity between Chunzong and the 10,000 Sifting Sect. Not just Underworld Crow, 2 core disciples of the 10,000 Sifting Sect had already died to Chunzong's sword. After that, the 10,000 Sifting Sect targeted Chunzong, but it was ruined by the 9th Prince, but that did not mean that the 10,000 Sifting Sect would let go of this grievance. If they had the slightest chance, they would kill Chunzong. The opportunity was right in front of them. Chunzong madly pursued with all his strength. It had to be said that Chunzong's speed was very fast, especially after activating the power of his pseudo-spirit artifact battle shoes, which increased his speed by 30%, making him faster than most 6-star cultivators. There was a certain distance between the two sides, so it would be difficult to catch up in a short time. Leaving behind a trail of dust, crossing mountains and rivers, the 10,000 Sifting Sect pseudo-transcendent chased after him like a mad dog, constantly closing in. The absolute gap in their combat strength made it impossible for Chunzong to let his opponent close in on him. Striking out with his palm, he used the 10,000 Sifting Returning Palm. A huge black palm condensed out of thin air and fiercely slammed down, like a black mountain, bringing with it an astonishing pressure. The palm lines on the palm were clear, and a powerful sharpness filled the air, enveloping everything within a radius of several hundred meters and sucking it in. The sand and stones shattered and turned into dust. Chunzong felt as if his body was being pulled up into the air, rushing towards the 10-meter-wide black palm before being smashed to pieces. Exerting all his strength, Chunzong's blood chi surged, and his 2 swords slashed out in a mysterious trajectory, temporarily cutting apart the pulling force and rushing out. With a bang, the ground shook and a 10-meter-wide, 3-meter-deep palm print appeared, its edges covered in fine black cracks. A terrifying aura swept out like a storm. Chunzong borrowed the aftermath of this force to increase his speed, but the 10,000 Sifting Sect pseudo-transcendent realm continued to pursue him, attacking once more. Raising his left hand, Chunzong rubbed his thumb and index finger together, summoning a mass of black light that quickly condensed into an arc of lightning, filling the air with an astonishing destructive aura. Great demonic finger! With a low shout, the 10,000 Sifting Sect pseudo-transcendent realm master's face became solemn, his index finger rubbing together as he thrust it forward. With a pop, his index finger trembled and a jet of black lightning shot out. Its speed was astonishing, more than twice as fast as the 10,000 Sifting Sect pseudo-transcendent realm master's full speed. In the blink of an eye, it crossed 1,000 meters and closed in on Chunzong. Feeling a chill run down his spine, Chunzong felt his blood run cold as a deadly crisis loomed over him. The Great Eend's demonic finger was one of the 10,000 Sifting Sect secret techniques, a kind of pseudo-Lingwu. It was similar to the Unhindered Sword Sect's 2 great secret swords, but it was much stronger. When displayed by a pseudo-transcendent realm master, its power was even more terrifying. Cultivating the Great Eend demonic finger was not easy. It required one to withstand the corrosion of the evil Eend Shi and then refine it. Its power was also very astonishing. Its speed was too fast, and Chunzong's finger moved with him, making it difficult for him to dodge. Taking a deep breath, Chunzong turned around and faced it head-on. With a sword in hand, he activated his power. As his sword finger swept across the sword spine, a deep blue light gathered, and 80% of his power was condensed into the Star Scar sword. When Chunzong's cultivation reached the late 9th level of the True Martial Realm and the 39th layer of the Unhindered True Force, 80% of his true force was also very shocking. Secret Sword point stare as the sword shot out. It was like a falling star, but also like a star being shattered. The second, the secret sword, made contact with the great End demonic finger. It paused for a second and then collapsed. The power of the great End demonic finger was also reduced by half, and the remaining half was still attacking towards Chunzong's chest. At that moment, Chunzong fully activated the remaining 20% of his unhindered true force, stacking it on his chest layer by layer. The power of the rank 3 pseudo-spiritual weapon inner armor was also fully activated, without any reservation. Following that, his gold jade unbreakable body was fully activated, as a 3-inch white gold halo appeared around his body. The remaining half of the great End demonic finger's power first touched the 3-inch white halo of the gold jade unbreakable body, breaking it like a hot knife through butter. Then, it touched the defensive power of the rank 3 pseudo-spiritual weapon inner armor, which was also shattered. Following that, the layers of great true force on his body were also shattered. The last defense was Chunzong's own body. Hit. Direct hit. Chunzong felt as if his chest had been pierced through, the terrifying evil Enchi rapidly invading his body and wreaking havoc. But Chunzong did not panic in the face of danger, instead using the impact of the great End demonic finger's attack to quickly retreat. In the blink of an eye, Chunzong fell several thousand meters away, crashing into a mountain wall. Under the terrifying evil Enchi, his true force was almost completely exhausted, causing his injuries to worsen. Chunzong fell to the ground and struggled to get up, his back pressed against the mountain wall. You've been hit by the great End demonic finger. Only death awaits you. The 10,000 sifting sect pseudo-transcendent realm master sneered, accelerating his pursuit. Chunzong's face was pale, quickly sweeping his eyes around, looking for any chance of survival. Even if it was only a sliver, he had to grasp it. On the other hand, he was also preparing to use his red thundersword. Puppet Cave. Chunzong's eyes caught a glimpse of the cave entrance, not far away, and also saw the 3 large characters above it. These 3 characters were very ancient and were not written in the language of the Dragon Diagram Dynasty, but there were some similarities between them, only that they were more complex. Chunzong read a lot of books, so he was somewhat familiar with some of the characters, so he was just barely able to recognize them. After bidding farewell to the ancient mountain disciple, Chunzong continued forward, not finding any treasures, but he did find this puppet cave. The 3 large characters were blood red, as if there was a red light circulating within them, giving them a strange feeling. Perhaps this is where my chance of survival lies. Without hesitation, the moment this thought appeared in his mind, Chunzong pushed his blood chi, bursting out with the last of his strength, and rushed towards the cave entrance. In the blink of an eye, he had rushed into the puppet cave. Chapter 531. As soon as the 10,000 sifting sect pseudo-transcendent entered the puppet cave, Chunzong had already disappeared. Taking a few steps forward, as if he had stepped over something, a cold and harsh voice suddenly rang out, startling the 10,000 sifting sect pseudo-transcendent. Test or withdraw? What? The 10,000 sifting sect pseudo-transcendent was startled and asked, test or withdraw? Puppet cave test. Many thoughts flashed through the 10,000 sifting sect pseudo-transcendent's mind, realizing that this might be an opportunity. If he missed it, he wouldn't have another chance, so he quickly responded. Test. Suddenly, the darkness in front of him disappeared and was replaced by light. 2 light gates appeared in front of him, one of which had a simple heaven character written on it, while the other had a simple earth character written on it. Immediately after, the light gate with the heaven character written on it dimmed, as if it was about to disappear. The 10,000 sifting sect pseudo-transcendent tried, and found that the light gate with the heaven character written on it was impossible to enter, so he could only choose the one with the earth character written on it. Chunzong should have chosen the heaven character door. He thought to himself as he stepped into the earth character door, but he didn't know what the heaven and earth character doors represented. Indeed, Chunzong had entered the puppet cave 1 step ahead of him and was faced with the same problem and choice, but Chunzong didn't hesitate and directly chose the heaven character door. After entering, a straight passage appeared before him. The passage was made of black steel, cold and hard, and the walls on both sides were lit with inextinguishable candle flames, illuminating the passage. Chunzong didn't rush forward because he was still seriously injured. He wanted to wait until his injuries were healed before acting, lest he encounter an accident or fail the test. The power of the great demonic finger was too tyrannical, and even though most of its power had been offset, a small portion still managed to invade Chunzong's body and wreak havoc. Chunzong quickly took a true returning pill and circulated his secret art, using his tyrannical great true force to resist and expel the demonic chi bit by bit. Although the Zongheng great true power was not the purest and purest yang energy, it was still domineering and sharp. Combined with the purest and purest yang energy in his body, the evil energy in his body was being expelled bit by bit. At the same time, the boundless vitality of the 1,000-year tree heart and his tyrannical self-healing ability took effect. About half an hour later, Chunzong finally expelled all of the evil energy that had invaded his body. He spat out a mouthful of black blood, which emitted traces of coldness. His injuries were soon healed, and his strength was completely restored. It was fortunate that he had mastered the golden jade impenetrable body. Otherwise, even if he did not die from such an attack, his injuries would be extremely severe. It would take a long time for him to fully recover, and he might even lose his ability to move and be killed by the other party. The golden jade unbreakable body was indeed unable to directly increase his fighting strength, but it could allow him to possess a stronger defense and survivability. After all, he was not a disciple of the ancient mountain and did not focus on the path of body refinement. After recovering from his injuries, Chunzong got up and walked toward the passage. The passage was about 300 meters long. Along the way, Chunzong maintained a high level of vigilance, but did not encounter any danger. What was the test? Soon, Chunzong found out. After walking through the 300-meter-long passage, there was a spacious stone room. The stone room was empty, and then the wall in front of him suddenly cracked open to reveal a door. Kacha, 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 sounds were heard, and a figure stepped out. Chunzong was slightly startled, and his eyes narrowed. It was a monster beast? No, it should be a puppet beast. Its appearance was similar to a black cheetah, but it did not have the slightest aura of flesh and blood. Looking at its appearance, although it was similar to a real black cheetah, one could still see the differences. It was made up of many mechanical components, and it emitted a cold aura. The black cheetah was more than 2 meters long, with strong limbs, sharp claws, and sharp teeth. Its eyes emitted a scarlet light. Step by step, it approached Chunzong and let out a low and cold roar, which gave Chunzong a sense of danger. Is this the test? Chunzong thought, and he unsheathed his 2 swords. The black cheetah puppet suddenly pounced on Chunzong like a black lightning, and a sharp wind seemed to tear him apart. With a flash of dark blue sword light, the 2 swords pierced through the air. The 2 swords accurately chopped on the black cheetah puppet. As the sound of metal clashing resounded, countless sparks flew. The black cheetah puppet flew to one side. Chunzong found that there were only 2 white sword marks on its body, and it was damaged. It was very hard. It landed on the ground and pounced on Chunzong again. After several rounds of fighting, Chunzong knew that the black cheetah puppet had amazing strength and speed. Its claws were very sharp, but did not have any skills to speak of, using one strength to attack the enemy's weakness. In terms of strength and speed, Chunzong was not inferior to the black cheetah puppet. With superb skills and realm, Chunzong soon suppressed the black cheetah puppet, but its body was too hard to break down in a short time. Since it's a puppet, it can't really move like a living creature. There must be a core inside to support it, Chunzong thought. Now, he needed to find the core of the black cheetah puppet, and then cut it off or destroy it. After repeated probing and searching, he finally found the core of the black cheetah puppet. His sword struck. After breaking the core, the the scarlet light in the black cheetah puppet's eyes suddenly disappeared, and it lost its power. It became motionless like a statue. After careful observation, Chunzong felt a slight heartache because the core of the black cheetah puppet turned out to be the spirit source. Fortunately, it was only a substandard spirit source. If it was a low-rank spirit source, even a transcendent realm master would feel heartache. However, the low-rank spirit source was very hard, and even with Chunzong's current attack power, it was difficult to destroy it. Immediately, the stone room's walls cracked again, and this time, a puppet beast walked out from the left and right. The one on the left was a black ape puppet. Its thick arms were pressed against the ground, and it walked out in coordination with its legs. Every step it took was like a war drum. The one on the right was a black lion puppet. It was majestic and mighty, like an overlord of beasts. The pressure that the two puppet beasts brought to Chunzong was no less than that of the black cheetah puppet. Chunzong was not afraid at all. On the contrary, he was a little excited. Glancing around, he directly rushed to the black ape puppet on the left. His sword struck. The black ape puppet roared. Under the impact of the sound wave, its thick arms beat its chest, making a sound like a war drum. It then rushed fiercely at Chunzong, raising its arms like a giant hammer and smashing down. The attack missed, and the ground shook. Chunzong's body stayed close to the ground like an arrow, avoiding the attack of the black ape puppet. He circled to the side and attacked with his sword, looking for the core of the black ape puppet. Fortunately, the core of the black ape puppet was in the same position as the black cheetah puppet. However, the moment Chunzong attacked the core of the black ape puppet, the black lion puppet directly rushed over, opening its mouth to bite Chunzong, trying to bite off Chunzong's head. Chunzong moved his feet, easily avoiding the attack of the black lion puppet, and stabbed the core of the black ape puppet with his sword. This time, he did not break it, but used a skillful vibration to cut off the connection between the core and the black ape puppet. The black ape puppet suddenly froze, motionless. The other sword was aimed at the core of the black lion puppet. With a vibration of the sword, the connection between the black lion puppet and the core was also cut off. Chunzong moved very quickly and directly put the two puppets into the virtual ring. The internal space of the virtual ring was large enough, and the combat strength of these puppets was not weak at all. They might come in handy in the future. Chunzong did not let go of the paralyzed black cheetah puppet on the ground and directly put it away. Just as he put it away, the wall cracked again. This time, there were 4 doors, and 4 figures walked out from them. There was a black tiger puppet, a black bear puppet, a black wolf puppet, and a black eagle puppet. Tiger Lord's aura, Bear Lord's strength, Wolf Lord's speed, and Eagle Lord's sharpness. The 4 puppet beasts immediately attacked Chunzong as soon as they appeared, and the pressure on Chunzong suddenly increased. Facing the encirclement of the 4 powerful puppet beasts, Chunzong seemed to be at ease as he moved his feet and dodged swiftly. Then, he drew his sword and attacked the core of the black tiger puppet. However, with the cooperation of the 4 beasts, Chunzong was unable to succeed. A fierce battle ensued. On the other side, the 10,000 sifting sect, disciple who chose the earth door, was attacked by several puppet beasts. He seemed to be shrouded in an invisible shield, and could only rely on his own strength and martial arts to constantly resist the attacks of the puppet beasts around him. What made him feel very frustrated was that he could not fight back. Even if he used martial arts to fight back, they would disappear. In other words, he had to withstand the attacks of the puppet beasts. At first, there was only 1 puppet beast, and he easily resisted it. Then there were 2, and now there were 4. Damn Chunzong, damn puppet cave. He cursed angrily as he constantly blocked the attacks of the puppet beasts. He had to do it accurately, or he might be hit by the puppet beasts and be injured. Not only would that mean he lost face, but it might also mean that he failed the assessment and lost the opportunity here. The 10,000 sifting sects pseudo-transcendent realm master didn't know when this kind of passive defense would come to an end, causing him to feel quite aggrieved. As a cultivator, what he was best at was attacking rather than passively defending, but now he was being forced to defend, which was undoubtedly a violation of his principles. How could he possibly feel happy about this? This was the difference between the heaven door and the earth door. The heaven door fought with the puppet beasts and defeated them, while the earth door endured the attacks of the puppet beasts until the time was up. The assessment method was different, but the difficulty was relative. After all, the strength of the puppet beasts was the same, but the strength of the examinee was different. If Chunzong had chosen the earth door, the difficulty might have been similar to choosing the heaven door, but if the 10,000 sifting sects pseudo-transcendent chose the heaven door, the difficulty would be relatively lower. But who told Chunzong to enter the puppet cave first and choose the heaven door first? Everything seemed to have been predestined by fate. The battle between Chunzong and the four puppet beasts was very intense. Seeing the coordination of the four puppet beasts, Chunzong was very shocked. It was difficult for him to find an opportunity in a short period of time. He could only slowly circle around the four puppet beasts and create openings to defeat them one by one. Chapter 532. A rich medicinal fragrance filled the air, intoxicating those who took a whiff of it would feel their true chi surging and their blood boiling, giving them a feeling of being on cloud nine. A 10-meter-tall black stone tablet stood in the center of the courtyard with 3 simple navy blue characters written on it. Spirit Medicine Garden, Spirit Medicine Garden. Isn't it filled with spirit herbs? A pseudo-transcendent realm master who discovered the Spirit Medicine Garden stared in surprise. Spirit herbs were transcendent-level treasures. He hadn't expected to have a chance to obtain one. Without hesitation, this pseudo-transcendent realm master immediately stepped forward to enter the Spirit Medicine Garden, but was blocked by an invisible barrier. Watch how I break it. With a shout, this pseudo-transcendent realm master immediately attacked. After a few consecutive attacks, that layer of invisible protection was incomparably tough, blocking all of his attacks without breaking at all. As time passed, more and more people arrived, and after discovering the Spirit Medicine Garden, all of them became excited. Let's join forces, otherwise no one will be able to enter. Yes, let's join forces and break this barrier first. What we can obtain after entering will depend on our own ability. Good. Immediately, everyone agreed and began attacking the invisible barrier, trying to break it. One sword slashed down, the other slashed down like a grain of fire. Chunzong finally cut off the connection between the black wolf puppet's core, and the pressure it faced suddenly lessened. The remaining 3 puppet beasts didn't have any sentience and couldn't immediately adjust themselves. So when the pressure on them was reduced, Chunzong broke through them one by one, cutting off their connection to their cores. Without a supply of energy, the 4 puppet beasts became motionless. With a wave of his hand, Chunzong collected all 4 puppet beasts. There's nothing else. Chunzong swept his eyes around, but there didn't seem to be any new puppet beasts or anything else. While he was feeling surprised, the wall in front of him cracked again, this time only one. A figure strode out from the crack, surprising Chunzong because this figure was different from the previous ones. It was in human form. This was a humanoid puppet. He was 2 meters tall and carried a long saber on his back. He looked like a general covered in black armor. Its eyes were scarlet, and the red light it emitted was shocking. The cold aura it emitted was even more powerful than any of the previous puppet beasts. It brought Chunzong obvious pressure. The puppet warrior rapidly approached Chunzong. Every step it took caused an astonishing momentum to reverberate in the surroundings. Every step seemed to be stepping on Chunzong's heart, causing the rhythm of his heartbeat to become chaotic, affecting his chi and blood, which in turn affected the circulation of his strength. However, Chunzong calmed down in an instant and got rid of this negative effect. However, the puppet general pulled out the long black saber on its back. The long and narrow saber was like a bolt of black lightning, carrying the force of a thunderbolt as it slashed down fiercely. The saber could split rivers and split mountains, cutting everything into pieces. The horrifying strike sent chills down Chunzong's spine. It was obviously a strike that had reached the level of a 6-star warrior. He hurriedly used the floating swan movement technique to quickly move away, narrowly avoiding the puppet general's saber strike. A crack appeared on the ground, spreading out like lightning. Chunzong circled to the side and attacked with his two swords. The core of this puppet general and the core of the puppet beast were located at about the same position. However, before Chunzong's two swords could strike, the long saber swept over like a sweeping army. The whistling sound was filled with an awe-inspiring, killing intent, and the terrifying chill caused Chunzong's hair to stand on end. The afterimage was cut off. Chunzong appeared in the air and attacked directly. The puppet general's body was extremely hard. Chunzong's two swords could not break it. He had to hit the core directly. However, the puppet general's strength was too shocking. Even if it only relied on its strength and speed without much skill, its power was infinitely close to a 6-star warrior. It was extremely terrifying. In terms of combat strength, Chunzong was only a late-stage 5-star warrior. It would be difficult to defeat it if he fought it head-on. He could only fully utilize his advantage. The two swords blocked the puppet general's saber strike. Under the horrifying power, Chunzong felt his two swords vibrate. The horrifying impact numbed his hands and arms, and his chi and blood vibrated so violently that they almost collapsed. Chunzong took the opportunity to quickly retreat and dodge. He adjusted his chi, blood, and true power. His sharp gaze locked onto the puppet general's core. There was no doubt that the puppet general was very strong. However, without enough skill, its limitations were obvious. The drawback was within Chunzong's control. Otherwise, if it was a 6-star warrior, Chunzong might not be a match for him. The core is there, but the puppet general will actively defend. If I want to cut off the connection between the core and the puppet general, I have to break its defense first. Chunzong's thoughts turned quickly. In this way, he only had one attack, the strongest attack with all his strength. However, he still had to reserve some strength for the second attack. After making up his mind, Chunzong focused all his spirit and will to activate the sword intent. A sword pierced through the air. 80% of the unhindered true power, the Star Scar sword's own power, and the sword intent combined into one, performing the Point Star secret sword. It was an extremely powerful sword attack. Its power had already surpassed the peak of 5-star, approaching the peak of 5-star. This sword attack went straight for the core. As expected, the puppet general immediately waved its saber to block. It was a powerful saber attack. Its power was infinitely close to the 6-star level. However, it was not a real 6-star level warrior after all. Being unprepared, Chunzong's sword attack was shattered, but the long saber was also slightly pushed away. All of a sudden, the other Star Scar sword sliced through the air with the last 20% of the unhindered true power. It was like a deep blue shooting star. The long saber was coincidentally pushed away. Although the puppet general was powerful, it did not violate some rules. It was unable to wave its saber to block in time. This sword attack went straight for the core. Under the impact of the skillful power, the connection between the core and the puppet general was suddenly cut off. The saber that the puppet general had just waved also stopped above Chunzong's head. It blew Chunzong's black hair into the air, and his scalp went numb. The shocking sharpness of the saber felt like it was going to cut his head open. It was extremely horrifying, almost just a little bit. He might have been killed. Luckily, he was a little bit faster. Waving his hand, Chunzong put the puppet general into his void ring. Taking out the Jun pellet, he quickly recovered his unhindered true power. Chunzong did not know if there would be other puppet beasts or puppet generals. A cracking sound was heard. The wall in front of him cracked open again. However, nothing else came out. Instead, it seemed to be welcoming Chunzong. Calming his mind, Chunzong walked towards the door and stepped inside. His muscles tensed and his fingers relaxed, ready to erupt with astonishing power at any time. But he did not encounter any attack. A light suddenly appeared in front of him. Another secret room, different from the previous one, was smaller and had 2 balls of light suspended in the middle, one black and the other white. Choose one of the rewards. The cold and stiff voice sounded again. Chunzong's eyes fell on the 2 different colored balls of light. Just like the previous heaven and earth doors, they should be different. Which one should he choose as the reward? While he was thinking, another aura suddenly appeared. In the next breath, it became fierce and filled with murderous intent. Chinzong was shocked. It was the 10,000 sifting sex pseudo-transcendent. He had not expected him to also come here. The 10,000 sifting sex pseudo-transcendent coughed up blood and anger, but he finally passed the Earth Door's assessment and successfully entered this place. Seeing the two balls of light and hearing the voice to make a choice, he immediately saw Chunzong's figure. However, in front of the reward, the 10,000 sifting sex pseudo-transcendent did not attack Chunzong first. Although his murderous intent had already locked onto Chunzong, he took the initiative to rush towards the two balls of light. Chunzong also moved. The reward was right in front of him, and he was closer to it. Whether it was the black or white balls of light, Chunzong did not know what they were, so he chose the one closest to him. Black ball of light. When Chunzong's palm touched the black ball of light, it suddenly exploded, turning into countless specks of light that rushed towards Chunzong. At the same time, the 10,000 sifting sex pseudo-transcendent also touched the white ball of light. The white ball of light then exploded, turning into countless specks of light that sank into the 10,000 sifting sex pseudo-transcendent's body. Whether it was Chunzong or the 10,000 sifting sex pseudo-transcendent realm master, the two of them stood motionless in place, as if they had become two wooden statues. It wasn't that they didn't want to move, but that they couldn't. The black and white balls of light had turned into extremely dense light spots, and all of them had fused into their bodies. Countless information also surged into their minds, making them seem like puppets. Although the 10,000 sifting sex pseudo-transcendent realm master was unable to move, his eyes could not hide the changes in his emotions. First, they were stunned, then shocked, and finally ecstatic. He had never imagined that what he had obtained would actually be an inheritance of puppetry technique. The information contained in this puppetry technique was extremely complex and profound. After learning it, not only would one be able to create puppets with their own hands, but they would also be able to control puppets. There was even hope that one could use this as a foundation to embark on a path not inferior to the transcendent realm. This was a great opportunity. Chunzong's expression remained unchanged, his eyes as calm as a deep pool, as if he was brewing something. The black balls of light on his body began to flow naturally, like water ripples, seemingly flowing in and out of Chunzong's body before covering the surface of his body, gradually thickening until they completely enveloped Chunzong's body. This was obviously a different reward from the 10,000 sifting sex pseudo-transcendent realm master. The two of them did not know what the other party's reward was, but one thing was certain, and that was that they had to completely accept the reward in order to restore their mobility, which meant death. Whoever received the reward first would be able to restore their mobility first and would be able to attack the other. Even if Chunzong's combat power was not as good as his opponent's, if he could restore his mobility first, he would be able to kill the 10,000 sifting sex pseudo-transcendent realm master. After all, both of them were currently in a defenseless state. It was a race against time, and both of them took the initiative to cooperate, doing their best to absorb and digest the reward. Chunzong, it's time for you to die. Suddenly, the 10,000 sifting sex pseudo-transcendent realm master moved because he had successfully received all the rewards. All that was left was for him to slowly study and cultivate in the future. Without hesitation, the 10,000 sifting sex pseudo-transcendent realm master restored his mobility and immediately sent out a palm strike, wanting to strangle Chunzong. Chapter 533. Obtaining such a great opportunity and being able to kill an enemy with great potential. What could be more exciting than this? Sending out a palm strike, he vowed to kill Chunzong. With a bang, the 10,000 gathering origin hand struck Chunzong, and Chunzong, who was wrapped in black light, was sent flying without the slightest ability to resist. However, he did not seem to have died. Again, the 10,000 gathering sect pseudo-transcendent sent out a second palm strike. This palm strike hit Shunzong again and sent him flying like a rubber ball, crashing into the wall before bouncing back up and slamming into the 10,000 gathering sect pseudo-transcendent. This blow will surely kill you. With a low shout, the 10,000 gathering sect pseudo-transcendent rubbed his fingers again, displaying the great inked demonic finger. At the same time, Chunzong's hair, which was covered in a thick layer of black light, began to change. There seemed to be a cracking sound as the thick black light on his body rapidly changed, condensing into pieces of armor and sticking to his body. The process of transformation was so clear and so fast. It seemed like a long time had passed, but in fact, in the blink of an eye, the black light had transformed into pieces of armor that covered Chunzong's entire body. Chunzong seemed to be wearing a full-body black battle armor. From his head to his neck, all four limbs, and even the soles of his feet were completely covered. His joints were also extremely flexible, not hindering his movements in the slightest. This black battle armor had a slender and vigorous appearance, as if it had been shaped according to Chunzong's body. It was truly a sword master's battle armor, similar to the sword robes worn by sword masters. Floating mid-air, the sword master's battle armor finished forming. Then, Chunzong spread out his arms, and a black light flowed from his body, spreading along his arms and condensing into two long black swords. The tips of these swords were dark and profound, as if they could absorb all the light in their surroundings. At the same time, the 10,000 gathering sect pseudo-transcendent's great inked demonic finger arrived. A sword slashed through the air, transforming into a black thunderbolt, swift and fierce to the extreme. The tyrannical great inked demonic finger did not have the slightest ability to resist and was instantly defeated. As the black sword light closed in, the 10,000 gathering sect pseudo-transcendent's complexion changed dramatically. It shouldn't be like this. Shouldn't I be the one to defeat him? How can my great inked demonic finger be defeated? There was no time for him to think about it like maggots on his bones. 1,000 gathering sect pseudo-transcendent's hand to retreat. Transcendent, sect pseudo-transcendent, sect pseudo-transcendent, sect pseudo-transcendent's body. His agility skill was unleashed to its limit. Countless afterimages swam within the secret chamber. However, as the black thunderbolt-like sword glow shot past, the afterimages were all shattered and destroyed. Only where the sword glow passed did a rumbling sound appear. It was vast and mighty, overlapping one another, reverberating endlessly within this secret chamber. The more it accumulated, the more intense it became. It was as though the world was about to be destroyed. To sect pseudo, so transcendent, to escape, to transcendent, to his to his transcendent attack in him. Sect transcendent to transcendenary? Transcendent to? It must be related to that transcendent black armor. That transcendent black armor is the opportunity he chose. It must be the power of that transcendent black armor. Considering all this, the 10,000 gathering sect pseudo-transcendent's heart burned with excitement. Now that he had obtained the puppet technique inheritance, if he could also obtain Chunzong's transcendent black armor, wouldn't his strength be even greater? Perhaps, if he obtained both opportunities, there would be other benefits. Thinking so, he could not help feeling excited, but at this moment, he needed to first escape from Chunzong's pursuit, then find an opportunity to counterattack and kill him. He continued to use his movement skill in an attempt to stall for time, allowing Chunzong to exhaust his strength. Crisscross. A deep voice boomed like thunder, like the sound of the heavens, followed by two swords slashing out. The crisscross sword art's 40th form. The two swords crisscrossed, looking down upon the world. The sword light was even more dazzling than a bolt of black lightning, and wherever it passed, the entire room seemed to be split in two. This kind of power was even more terrifying than when Chunzong had used his secret sword technique, Point Star. When the two swords appeared, the 10,000 gathering sect pseudo-transcendent felt his blood run cold. He tried his best to dodge, but found that no matter what he did, he could not avoid this sword, as if the sky and earth were covered by it. Up and down as vertical, left and right as horizontal, the two swords covered all directions. It was impossible to resist. 10,000 gathering heaven covering. With a loud roar, the 10,000 gathering sect pseudo-transcendent realm master displayed his strongest defensive martial skill, waving his palms to cover the sky, protecting every part of his body. Even if an opponent of the same strength used all their strength, they would not be able to break through this move. But at this moment, Chunzong was not so simple, and the power of his two swords was astonishing. The 10,000 gathering heaven covering was directly broken, and as the two swords slashed out, the black sword light flickered and disappeared. Landing on the ground, the two swords transformed into a mist of light and dissipated, merging into the battle armor. The 10,000 gathering sect pseudo-transcendent realm master stood motionless in place, his eyes filled with horror and unwillingness as he stared at Chunzong, his mouth opening as if he wanted to say something, but as soon as he opened his mouth, his whole body shattered into 4 pieces, blood spraying everywhere. With the death of the 10,000 gathering sect pseudo-transcendent realm master, a white light rose from his dismembered body and flew back to his original place, reforming into a white ball of light. With a single thought, Chunzong caused the black light covering his body to rapidly recede, eventually disappearing into his chest. Chunzong also felt that a great deal of his strength had been consumed, at least 50%. The reward he had chosen was called the puppet battle armor. It was a special kind of puppet that could manifest itself according to his will, forming a battle armor that covered every part of his body, without any blind spots. It was also extremely hard and had amazing defensive power. If that was all, it could only be regarded as a life-saving means of defense, but it was not that simple. The complex structure allowed one to circulate their strength through it, absorbing the world energy, drifting in the air to reinforce it, superimposing it with one's own strength to form an even more powerful force. It was because of this that Chunzong was able to easily kill the 7-star pseudo-transcendent realm master from the 10,000 gathering sect, but his own strength had also been consumed more than usual. After using the puppet battle armor, my combat strength is estimated to be comparable to an 8-star. This will be of great help to my actions on Dragon Shadow Island, Chunzong thought to himself, overjoyed. Even if his cultivation was raised to the peak of the 9th layer of the true martial realm, his combat strength would only reach the peak of the 5-star realm. There would still be a gap between him and a 6-star realm master, and an even bigger gap between him and a 7-star realm master. Obtaining this puppet battle armor was equivalent to taking a huge step forward. Collecting his thoughts, Chunzong looked at the white ball of light, pondering for a moment, then walked over and reached out to touch it. Although it was said that he could only choose one of the 2 rewards, it had already been chosen. The 10,000 gathering sect's pseudo-transcendent realm master had died, and the white ball of light had reappeared. Perhaps he could choose it? The moment his hand came into contact with the white ball of light, a numb feeling spread out. Immediately after, before Chunzong could react, a vast and irresistible force burst forth, directly knocking Chunzong's hand away. Then it struck Chunzong's body, causing him to fly backwards without any resistance. Fortunately, this force was only an impact and did not carry any destructive power. Otherwise, Chunzong would have been seriously injured, instead of just feeling his chi and blood tumbling and his muscles going numb. From the looks of it, he could only obtain a single reward. Yang Kai didn't know what the reward contained in that white ball of light was, but he was certain it wasn't a reward that directly increased his combat strength. Otherwise, the 10,000 sifting sect pseudo-transcendent realm master wouldn't have been killed by Yang Kai. Perhaps he would have been the one to die instead. Taking a step forward, Chunzong appeared next to the corpse of the 10,000 gathering sect pseudo-transcendent realm master, quickly picking up his mustard seed bag and inspecting it. Chunzong found a blue fruit with a hint of gold that exuded a fragrant aroma. Taking a whiff, Chunzong felt his true qi surge. Blue gold yuan condensing fruit. Chunzong was delighted. This was another kind of pseudo-spirit medicine, one that belonged to the qi refinement realm and could be used to improve his cultivation. Maybe I can raise my cultivation to the peak of the 9th layer of the true martial realm here and reach the 40th stage of the art of traversing. Thinking to himself, Chunzong immediately threw the blue gold yuan condensing fruit into his mouth, chewing and swallowing it. It had a slightly sour taste, but its fragrance was very rich. As it poured into his body, it turned into a cold current that rushed out. As he circulated his secret art, it was constantly absorbed and refined, and the great true qi was also purified. About half an hour later, Chunzong had completely refined and absorbed the power of the blue gold yuan condensing fruit. The aura around his body rose and fell like a tide, suddenly becoming more tyrannical, and an invisible storm blew out. Peak of the 9th layer of the true martial realm. The 40th stage of the great true qi of traversing. At this point, Chunzong's cultivation had basically reached the highest level of the true martial realm. Even if his cultivation was at the peak of the 9th layer of the true martial realm, it was only a little bit more accumulation than the peak of the 9th layer of the true martial realm, and it had no significant effect on his combat strength. Naturally, his cultivation of the art of traversing had also reached the peak. However, there are great perfection realms in the blood force realm, great perfection realms in the strength refining realm, and great perfection realms in the true martial realm. Chunzong thought to himself, and his eyes flashed. It was a coincidence that I reached the great perfection realm in the blood force realm. It was also a coincidence that I reached the great perfection realm in the strength refining realm. Next, I will pursue the great perfection realm in the true martial realm. The great perfection realm was a symbol of foundation. The reason why Ding Xian was valued and even qualified to enter Dragon Shadow Island was because he was half a step to the great perfection realm in the strength refining realm. It was also quite rare, and it meant that he had potential. If a worker wanted to do a good job, he must first sharpen his tools. Either he did not do it, or he did it to the best of his ability. Since he already had 2 great perfection realms as his foundation, he naturally could not let go of the 3rd one. Only by doing so could he establish a supreme foundation. When he reached the transcendence realm in the future, he would be qualified to ascend to the throne of kings and emperors and stand above all others. Thinking of this, Chunzong felt his spirit become more active. His aura spread out, and it became more and more harmonious. Chunzong took a deep breath and exhaled. His breath was as white as a sword. Chunzong's state of mind calmed down, and he took a step forward, intending to leave this place. The wall naturally split open, revealing a door, allowing Chunzong to exit. Chapter 534. Asterisk bow. Asterisk his voice seemed very soft, but resounded in everyone's ears like thunder. It broke. It finally broke. The dozen or so 5-star cultivators and some pseudo-transcendents were overjoyed. More than a dozen people joined forces to continuously attack, expending a considerable amount of energy before they finally broke through the protective barrier outside the spiritual herbal garden. Immediately, waves of extremely rich and pure aura fluctuations mixed with various pleasant smells permeated the air. Everyone took a breath and felt the energy in their bodies surging, recovering faster than usual. There are spirit medicines inside. Let's go. These spirit medicines are mine. No one can take them away. One by one, they burst forth with their fastest speed and rushed into the spirit medicine garden. The medicinal aura became even richer, and the world energy aura became even purer. Ha! Heavenly note, dazzling golden flower, blue luo inch root. As soon as they rushed into the spirit medicine garden, they were pleasantly surprised to find more than a dozen spirit medicines scattered all over the place. For pseudo-transcendence, The value of these spirit medicines was quite extraordinary. One by one, they quickly picked up these spirit medicines, each of them corresponding to a dozen or so people, so it was unlikely that a fight would break out. Of course, the pseudo-transcendents couldn't wait to collect all the spirit medicines for themselves, but each of the 5-star cultivators was accompanied by a pseudo-transcendent, so they were protected by their respective pseudo-transcendents, making it difficult for others to take action. Otherwise, it would lead to a chaotic battle. Being able to find more than a dozen spirit medicines at once meant that there might be real spirit medicines in this spirit medicine garden. Spirit medicines. These were spirit medicines that belonged to the transcendents. If they could obtain these spirit medicines, even if they couldn't use them themselves, they could sell them in exchange for an opportunity to break through to the transcendent realm. Who wouldn't be tempted? In this world, there were countless cultivators, and with the exception of a few chosen ones who could guarantee they would be able to step into the transcendent realm. For a time, everyone's eyes lit up and their breathing became rapid as they stared into the depths of the spirit medicine garden. The spirit medicine garden wasn't small, so everyone split up in 2s and 3s to avoid unnecessary fighting and allowing others to take advantage of them. Spirit medicine garden. Third prince, a good opportunity has come. Tyrant Marshal Sect laughed, his voice vigorous and overbearing. All the spirit medicines are mine. The third prince stared at the spiritual herbal garden and smelled the fragrance in the air. The third prince smiled and was in high spirits. Even for the princes of the imperial family, it was not an easy task to obtain the elixir. All living things are nurtured by the heavens and the earth, and only the virtuous live in them. Third brother, you're being too decisive. A voice came from behind. It was the 9th prince and Xinjian Sex Yuwuya. The third prince didn't need to turn around and know who it was. His expression didn't change, but the depths of his eyes were slightly gloomy. What the 9th prince meant was that he was mocking him for being an immoral person. Whatever I say is what it is, the third prince replied. His tone was sharp, decisive, and extremely resolute. The 9th prince only smiled and did not refute. It was pointless to argue here and now. The Conqueror Marshal Sect's domineering gaze landed on the Black Sword Sect's face, and a trace of battle intent was hidden within. The Black Sword Sect Yuwuya was known as the #1 master under the Transcendent Realm in the Imperial City. However, the Conqueror Marshal Sect didn't accept this because he felt that he was the strongest under the Transcendent Realm. However, he didn't have a suitable opportunity to fight Yuwuya. Secondly, the Black Sword Sect Yuwuya's reputation wasn't just for show. He indeed had tyrannical strength. The Conqueror Marshal Sect didn't have absolute confidence and still needed to wait for the right opportunity. Sensing the trace of battle intent in the depths of the Conqueror Marshal Sect's eyes, the Black Sword Sect Yuwuya glanced at him, and a trace of sharpness flashed across his eyes. There was no doubt that the Conqueror Marshal Sect's strength was also very strong. Moreover, one of them served the third prince while the other served the 9th prince. In the end, the position of crown prince could be decided by one of them. This meant that the two of them had a hostile relationship. Now that they were at peace, it was because the time wasn't right. The third prince and the Conqueror Marshal Sect's Yuwuya quickly stepped into the spirit medicine garden. The 9th prince and the Black Sword Sect's Yuwuya also quickly stepped in. The spirit medicine garden meant that there might be spirit herbs growing there. No matter what, they had to obtain it. Even if they couldn't use it, it would still be a great merit. After the third prince, the 9th prince, and the others stepped into the spiritual herbal garden, another figure came from afar about half an hour later. Spirit medicine garden. These 3 words instantly made the newcomer's eyes light up. The newcomer was Chun Zong, whose cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th stage of the true martial realm. After obtaining the puppet battle armor, although it consumed a lot of energy, it could greatly increase one's combat strength. This gave Chun Zong more capital to explore Dragon Shadow Island and obtain opportunities. Coming to the Spirit Medicine Garden was also where the opportunities were. As soon as Chun Zong stepped into the Spirit Medicine Garden, he smelled a rich medicinal fragrance in the air. He scanned the surroundings and found traces of herbs growing there. Looking at the traces, it was obvious that they had just been picked. The residual medicinal fragrance is strong. Could be a fake spirit herb? Chunzong sniffed and thought to himself. Ever since Chunzong knew about fake spirit herbs, he went back to the unhindered sword sect to investigate them. His five senses were extremely sharp, so he could distinguish them. More than a dozen fake spirit herbs. Could there be real spirit herbs in this spirit medicine garden? Chunzong was even more excited. His figure flashed, and he quickly rushed into the spirit medicine garden like a swallow. After really stepping into the spirit medicine garden, Chunzong could feel the slight difference in the aura. Observing the traces, he chose a path that no one had taken before. This way, he could avoid unnecessary conflicts. As expected, Chunzong soon found a fake spirit herb. Its appearance was very strange. It looked like a fist, and it was blood red with a hint of purple. Chunzong did not recognize what kind of fake spirit herb it was, but he was sure that it was a fake spirit herb suitable for body refining. He could not help but be overjoyed. Without hesitation, Chunzong directly swallowed it, refined, and absorbed it. As he refined it, Chunzong's body emitted a blurry platinum halo. It looked thicker and thicker. As his pure yang blood qi surged, there was more gold in it. When Chunzong completely refined and absorbed the fake spirit herb, the blurry platinum halo outside increased from the original 3 inches to more than 4 inches. This symbolized the improvement of the golden jade impenetrable body. The golden jade impenetrable body was divided into small success, large success, and perfection. The most direct manifestation was the platinum halo that was emitted after activating it. Small success became 3 inches, large success became 6 inches, and perfection became 9 inches. The effect of this fake spirit herb is better than the blood-red grass from before. Chunzong thought to himself. He was overjoyed. When the golden jade impenetrable body improved, the thicker the platinum halo it emitted, the stronger the defense. If the golden jade impenetrable body reached perfection, it might be able to resist the attack of a 7-star battle power. As he moved forward, Chunzong smelled the rich fragrance of flowers. He felt intoxicated just by smelling it. A buzzing sound came from all directions. The closer he got, the stronger it was. It made his scalp tingle. Chunzong saw a large garden with colorful clusters of flowers. There were golden figures the size of a fist flying around among the thousands of flowers. There were golden bees. Thousands of flowers formed a garden. These were not ordinary flowers, but a kind of precious herb. They were all precious herbs that were beneficial to cultivation. Perhaps 1 or 2 of them would not have much effect on a warrior of the genuine martial realm, but there were tens of thousands of them here. It was like a flower lake. In the middle of the flower lake, there was a tree that was hundreds of meters tall. A huge brown beehive that was more than 20 meters in size was hanging on the tree. Countless golden bees the size of a fist were going in and out of the beehive. They were working very hard. The honey brewed with the pollen of precious herbs may have a powerful effect. Chunzong thought quickly and thought of fome. Honey was a kind of essence. Ordinary honey had the effect of nourishing the body for ordinary people. What about the effect of honey brewed with the pollen of countless precious herbs? Thinking of this, Chunzong was a little tempted, but he did not immediately take action. Instead, he carefully observed to see if there were any potential threats. After observing for a while, Chunzong took a golden bee from the edge of the flower lake and studied it. The golden bee was obviously a demonic beast. Chunzong was sure that its energy fluctuation was at the lower grade of level 6. In other words, it was equivalent to the first level of the genuine martial realm. After confirming that there were no hidden threats, Chunzong immediately took action. His figure flashed, and he approached the big tree in the center of the flower lake and the huge beehive on the big tree without the slightest trace of smoke or fire. Looking at it from a close distance, the impact was even greater. If it was a person with fear of crowds, he would definitely be trembling with fear. Fortunately, Chunzong was not. As soon as he got close to the beehive, Chunzong smelled the fragrance of the honey. the speed of the Zhonghuang true force in his body suddenly sped up. Shenzong was a little surprised. Through this, he could be sure that the honey was useful to him. In this case, he would take some with him. With a stroke of his finger like a sword, he immediately cut open a part of the hard beehive. It was the place where the honey was stored. There was a large area of golden yellow. Some of the honey was still liquid, and some had already solidified. The liquid honey was full of flowing feeling. Obviously, it belonged to the newer honey, while the solidified honey belonged to the older honey. Its color was not so bright, but it had a sense of precipitation and was more charming. There was no doubt that the longer the honey was stored, the better the effect. It was estimated that the liquid honey was tens of thousands of pounds, like a pond, while the solid honey was denser and heavier, so it was estimated to be more than 100,000 pounds. Shenzong would not drain the pond to catch all the fish. That was to cut off the escape route of this group of bees. However, he still cut half of the solid honey and stored it in the virtual ring. Then he took out a container to hold the new honey. It was about 10,000 pounds before he stopped. After finishing, Shenzong glanced at the human-sized queen bee in the beehive. The queen bee's aura fluctuated at the 8th level, the upper grade of the 8th level, which was equivalent to about the 7th level of the genuine martial realm. To return the favor, Shenzong took out some precious medicine and crushed it. He rolled it with his true force and sent it to the queen bee for its consumption. It could have a great effect on the queen bee. Chapter 535. Flying out of the flower lake, Shenzong did not attract the attack of the golden bees. With Shenzong's strength, he was not afraid. If this group of golden bees did not fear death and launch an attack, the result would be that they would be annihilated and all the honey would be taken away. It would not be like now, where a small part of the honey was taken away, and the queen bee even obtained a lot of medicinal supplements. Shenzong took out the jade bottle, opened his mouth, and sucked. A stream of golden liquid flowed into his mouth. The fragrance of 100 flowers mixed with a trace of medicinal fragrance diffused, overflowing his entire mouth, and then spread all over his body. As the honey entered his stomach, a cool aura diffused, making Shenzong feel as if his whole body was soaked in it. It was very comfortable. The Zhonghuang true force was also rapidly circulating, replenishing a little bit of consumption, and seemed to be showing signs of purification. It's very sweet, but it's not just sweet, it's sweet and refreshing, and it can nourish the body to a certain extent, especially the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. The effect is even better. Shenzong closed his eyes and carefully felt the changes in his body. At this level of body refining, a mere mouthful of honey naturally could not really produce any benefits to Shenzong's body. It just had a tendency. If it was the body of an ordinary warrior in the late stage of the true martial realm, the effect would be more obvious. Moreover, the power of the honey was very gentle. Even if an ordinary person took it, there would be no harm. On the contrary, the body would be nourished and become more excellent, making it easier for cultivation. In addition to the effect of nourishing the body, the effect of the 5 viscera and 6 bowels was even more obvious. It could purify the impurities in the viscera and enhance the vitality of the viscera, which meant that it could prolong life and strengthen the body. The third advantage was that it could restore the consumption of true force and physical strength. However, for Shenzong, the effect was relatively ordinary. It was only a little faster than self-recovery, but it had no side effects. But all elixirs, more or less, would have some impurities. If too many elixirs were taken, the impurities would settle in the body little by little, and it would also make the human body naturally develop a resistance, so that the same elixir would gradually lose its effect after taking too many. For example, Shenzong had taken Lianjin Dan to improve his cultivation, but his limit was the late 9th level of the true martial realm. Even if he took hundreds of Lianjin Dan, it would not have any effect, because his resistance had reached the limit. However, this honey was different. It was not a pill, but a treasure of nature. There were no impurities in it, and it could be digested no matter how much it was eaten. The fourth benefit was that it could purify one's own strength to a certain extent, whether it was true power or the strength of vitality. Of course, for someone at Chunzong's level, this kind of purification was insignificant and weak. The fifth benefit was that it could help improve one's cultivation. Similarly, the effect was very weak because of the difference in level. But no matter what, this kind of honey was still very shocking, and its value was no small matter. After trying the new piece of rice, Chunzong cut the old piece of rice the size of a thumb and ate it, savoring the changes. Old secret formula and new secret formula had the same effect. The only difference was the level of effect. Old secret formula was about 50% better than new secret formula, but for Chunzong, the effect was still a bit weak. Leaving the flower lake, Chunzong kept moving forward. Gradually, he approached the center of the spiritual herbal garden. Although this place was known as a spiritual herbal garden, and there were many fake spirit herbs, there was not a single real spirit herb, because Dragon Shadow Island itself limited one's strength. At this moment, at the center of the entire spiritual herbal garden, there is a strange fake spirit herb growing. It's not a spirit herb either. When the pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator arrived, he took a closer look and found that it was a tree about 10 meters tall. Its branches were dark brown, and its bark was twisted in various ways, as if there were twisted faces embedded in its bark, giving it a strange appearance. However, there were some fruits on this strange tree. The fruits were about the size of a fist and were white with a tinge of green. What was shocking was that there were human faces imprinted on the fruits. Some of the faces had their eyes closed and were quiet and peaceful. Some of the faces had their eyes squinted and their faces were filled with joy. Some of the faces had their brows furrowed and their faces were filled with anger. Happiness, anger, sorrow, joy, sorrow, peace. This is the seven lovers' face fruit. It's actually the seven lovers' face fruit. One by one, they were extremely excited. Their eyes lit up as they stared at the strange 10-meter tall fruit tree. Staring at the fist-sized white and green fruits with different human faces on the fruit tree, their breathing became rapid. Without a doubt, the fake spirit herbs they had obtained before were far inferior to the seven lovers' face fruit in front of them, even though the aura of this seven lovers' face fruit was also at the level of a fake spirit herb. However, this world was vast and had an astonishing variety of species. Some magical herbs were not spirit herbs, but they were better than spirit herbs. The seven lovers' face fruit was one of them. This was a treasure that even extreme mortal realm cultivators would be tempted by. However, no one acted rashly. Instead, they stared at the seven lovers' face tree with a hint of vigilance in their excited eyes. The seven lovers' face tree was not a fake spirit herb that could be easily slaughtered. Third prince, it's the seven lovers' face fruit. The conqueror martial ancestor's voice sounded. His forceful and domineering voice contained a hint of excitement and joy, because the seven lovers' face fruit had a great effect on him. Good. The third prince's eyes lit up. Previously, he had circled around the spiritual herbal garden, but did not find any spirit herbs. This inevitably made the third prince feel disappointed. He did not expect that such a great treasure would be hidden in the heart of the spiritual herbal garden. If he could obtain a seven lovers' face fruit and consume it, it would be of great benefit to his cultivation. Third brother, I can see you everywhere. The ninth prince had also arrived and smiled when he saw the third prince's figure. You will follow me wherever I go. The third prince turned his head and glanced at him, speaking in a neutral tone. The third prince and the ninth prince were famous far and wide. The conqueror martial ancestor and the Black Sword sect were also very intimidating. Their arrival immediately made the other cultivators feel pressured. There are a total of 49 seven lovers' face fruits. 7 fruits form a group, so there are 7 groups in total. The conqueror martial ancestor spoke in a loud and domineering voice. His gaze swept across the crowd and landed on everyone except the Black Sword sect and the ninth prince. You don't have the qualifications to obtain it. Scram as far as you can. Hearing the conqueror martial ancestor's words, all the cultivators were furious. Treasures have always belonged to those who are capable. Conqueror Martial Ancestor. Although you are strong, I, Lijiang Sect Yin Yiming, am not afraid of you. The pseudo-transcendence of the profound Truth Palace coldly retorted. On this trip to Dragon Shadow Island, other than the ancient mountain, there was a 9-star martial ancestor in each of the 3 pseudo-transcendents of the other 3 middle-rank sect. Coincidentally, there were 3 martial ancestor level experts gathered here. They were the Black Sword Sect, the Conqueror Martial Ancestor, and the Lijiang Sect of the Profound Truth Palace. Of course, there were differences in strength among the martial ancestor level experts. After all, the 9-star martial ancestor level was a big grade. It was divided into early, middle, late, peak, and so on. There was a difference in strength between each small grade. However, everyone had only heard of the other party's reputation and had never actually fought with him. Therefore, they did not know how strong the other party was. Moreover, in front of a heavenly treasure like the 7 Lovers' Face Fruit, which was not a spirit medicine but was better than a spirit medicine, they would not easily retreat. Oh, very courageous. Then, who else is there besides you? The Conqueror Martial Ancestor did not show any signs of anger. Instead, he revealed a smile that was not a smile. His gaze first paused on Lijiang's sect, Yin Yiming's face, then swept past him, giving the others an even stronger pressure. No one responded, but no one retreated either. Everyone wanted to obtain the 7 Lovers' Face Fruit. If they could obtain a whole batch and consume it, the effect would be the best. Their strength would definitely increase greatly. Even if they could not obtain a whole batch, obtaining one would still be good. It would more or less have some effect. If they could not sell it, they could still exchange it for a large sum of money to buy things that were useful to them. No one spoke, but no one had any intention of leaving. The Conqueror Martial Ancestor's eyes narrowed as a trace of anger condensed in the depths of his eyes. Without any pretense, he raised his palm and instantly sent it out. A rumbling sound reverberated, the wind and clouds surged, and thunder raged. A huge illusory white palm print condensed in the air and fiercely blasted out. The tyrannical and terrifying aura directly enveloped the group of cultivators, making them feel as if the palm was aimed at them. Their expressions changed greatly, and they were extremely shocked. When they wanted to dodge, they found that their limbs were numb and their strength was scattered. This kind of tyrannical power was too tyrannical. Lijiang's sect, Yin Yiming's expression suddenly changed. He coldly snorted and raised both of his palms. First, he sent out his right palm. The fiery red palm print was incomparably blazing, fiercely colliding with the Conqueror Martial Ancestor's palm. A shocking storm and high temperature surged out, blowing everyone away. Then he also sent out his left palm with shocking heat towards the Conqueror Martial Ancestor. Insignificant skill. Disdain flashed across the tyrant martial sect's eyes. This level of power was not weak and could defeat an 8-star battle force. However, it was nothing to him. He threw out a punch, and the fist chi was condensed into a dragon. It was accompanied by an earth-shattering aura and instantly broke through Yin Yiming's palm attack. It was like a hot knife through butter as it rushed toward the tyrant martial sect. Lijiang's sect, Yin Yiming's expression changed greatly. The power of this punch was extremely strong, and it actually brought about a strong threat to him. He took a deep breath and suddenly gathered all of his spiritual will, activating the minor true intent. His eyes seemed to turn fiery red in an instant. Dark raging fire palm. A deep roar sounded, and a shocking heat spread out. A palm ruthlessly struck out. As soon as it came into contact with the Conqueror Martial Ancestor's fist, it was destroyed. This palm was blazing red, and there seemed to be flames burning around it, as if it could burn everything into ashes. This palm was Xianzhen Palace's pseudo-spirit grade martial art. Its power was tyrannical, and under the activation of the minor true intent, it was even more powerful. A trace of seriousness flashed in the Conqueror Martial Ancestor's eyes. Even if he was a martial scholar, he would rarely activate the minor true intent. After all, his spiritual power hadn't undergone a transformation yet. and he couldn't bear the burden of using the minor true intent like a true, transcendent realm master. However, if he could obtain a set of 7 lovers' face fruits and consume them, his spiritual would be greatly improved. At that time, it would be easier to activate the minor true intent, and the consumption would be greatly reduced. Chapter 536. The reason why Yin Yiming was called Lai Zhangzong was because of the lesser true meaning and the martial arts he cultivated. Yin Yiming, who cultivated the mysterious inferno palm, had comprehended the true intent of fire. Currently, he had grasped 2 lesser true intents of the true intent of fire: the true intent of incinerating fire and the true intent of ardent fire. The 2 lesser true meanings were fully activated and integrated into the palm. Even if Lai Zhangzong was stronger than Lai Zhangzong, he couldn't underestimate this palm. With a heavy expression on his face, the Overlord Martial Ancestor stretched out his palm and clenched it into a fist. His fist and palm transformed into a fist as he ruthlessly punched out. An extremely tyrannical aura permeated the air, as though there was nothing it couldn't destroy. It was as though with a single strike, everything before it would be smashed into smithereens. World domination? Toward a snake strike, the strike was steady and heavy, but also agile and strange. Under the combination of the domineering intent, it burst out a shocking power. There seemed to be a huge tortoise shadow with a snake coiling around it. This strike contained the power of 3 lesser true meanings and was Lai Zhangzong's second strongest move. The dark raging fire palm was instantly destroyed. Lai Zhangzong couldn't dodge and could only use all his strength to defend. With a boom, he was sent flying and vomiting blood. Lai Zhangzong was sent flying a few thousand meters away. When he got up, his face was pale and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. He glared at Lai Zhangzong fiercely. He knew that he wasn't Lai Zhangzong's match because he had used all his strength in that strike. He retreated and left in the blink of an eye. The other cultivators were also affected and were forced to retreat. Although they weren't injured, they still felt uncomfortable. All of them were frightened as they looked at the long trenches and deep pits on the ground, their faces pale and cold sweat dripping down their backs. If they had been struck by this attack, they would most likely have died. They didn't dare to stay any longer and turned to leave without any hesitation. Although the 7 lovers' noodles fruit was good, one needed to be alive to enjoy it. Seeing that everyone was escaping, Lai Zhangzong didn't have any intention to chase. He smiled and stood still. Well done. 3rd Prince nodded and looked at 9th Prince. 9th Prince, 4 out of the 7 sets of 7 lovers' noodles fruit should be fine, right? 3rd brother must be joking. I think I should get the 4th group. The 9th Prince said with a smile. If that's the case, then let's rely on our own abilities. As the 3rd Prince laughed coldly, the Conqueror Martial Ancestor took the lead and rushed out, leaving a trail of white wind behind him as he shot towards the 7 lovers' face tree like a comet. As soon as the Conqueror Martial sect moved, Yuya from the Mystic Sword sect moved as well. The 2 of them rushed towards the 7 lovers' face tree. One on the left and one on the right wanted to pick the fruits. As for the 3rd Prince and the 9th Prince, they did not make a move. They were on guard against each other. When the Conqueror Martial sect and the Black Sword sect were within a certain range of the 7 lovers' face tree, the distorted faces on the 7 lovers' face tree seemed to come alive as if they were about to fly out of the tree trunk. It was extremely terrifying, and a strange aura also spread out. Joy, anger, sorrow, joy, worry, and peace. Completely different auras rippled in the air, instantly attacking the minds of the Conqueror Martial sect and the Black Sword sect, causing their expressions to change slightly. However, the 2 of them were master-level experts. Their minds were firm and tenacious, and they did not waver. They guarded their minds and resisted the emotional attacks of the 7 lovers' face tree as they approached once again. It was as if the 7 emotions human face tree had come to life. Its branches suddenly shot out like the sharp swords of a peerless swordsman, or like a long saber that could split a mountain. It was actually very methodical and profound. It separately attacked the Conqueror Martial Sect and the Black Sword Sect, preventing them from plucking the 7 emotions human face fruits. Although the attacks of the 7 Lovers Face tree were not weak, it was still lacking when compared to the Conqueror Martial Sect and the Black Sword Sect. The Conqueror Wuzong was extremely tyrannical. He directly punched out, breaking apart the branches of the 7 Lovers Face tree. The terrifying, tyrannical power of the punch even shattered the branches into pieces. The fragments flew everywhere, and the Black Sword Master slashed out with his finger like a sword. His finger was as sharp as a sword, and there was only a flash of dazzling light in the air, and the branches were cut apart. As they approached and reached out to grab the first fruit, the face on the fruit suddenly changed. It was as if there was a sharp cry, and also as if the eyes were flashing. A different kind of aura directly attacked, causing the Conqueror Martial Sect and the Black Sword Sect to pause for a moment. However, no matter if it was the Conqueror Martial Sect or the Black Sword Sect, they were not easy to deal with. They instantly broke free from the emotional attacks of the human-faced fruit and blocked the attacks of the branches. With a wave of their hands, they each plucked a human-faced fruit and directly put it into their mustard seed bags. The 2 of them acted very quickly, each exerting their strength. However, every time they got close to the human-faced fruit, they would suffer an emotional attack. Although they were prepared, the impact was different every time. Even so, the 2 of them were able to completely withstand it. Not long after, they each collected a set of 7 Lovers Face fruits. There were still 5 sets of fruits on the 7 Lovers Face tree. Collect, collect, collect. Not long after, the 2 of them each collected another set, leaving only 3 sets. It's the 9th prince and the senior of the Black Sword Sect. From afar, Chunzong saw a familiar figure. He also saw the 3rd prince and the Conqueror Martial Sect quickly approaching. 9th prince. After bowing, Chunzong looked at the 3rd prince and bowed slightly. It's Brother Chun. Seeing Chunzong, the 9th prince revealed a face of joy. However, the 3rd prince's face darkened. He suddenly had a bad feeling. The current situation was that the Conqueror Martial Sect and the Black Sword Sect were each plucking the 7 Lovers Face fruits. They were evenly matched, while the 3rd prince and 9th prince were restraining each other. Chunzong's arrival could undoubtedly break this balance. But then, he thought about it again. So what if he came? Emir Chunzong was far inferior to the Conqueror Martial Sect. If he wanted to get close to the 7 Lovers Face tree, the Conqueror Martial Sect will be able to kill him with a casual move. Moreover, the emotional attacks of the 7 Lovers Face tree were very frightening. Without master-level willpower, it was impossible to completely withstand it. The 3rd prince believed that no matter how strong Chunzong's willpower was, it could not be compared to that of a master. He could not even withstand the mental attacks of the human-faced fruit. Naturally, the 9th prince also thought of this, which was why he did not ask Chunzong to help. However, he still explained the effects of the 7 Lovers Face fruit. Using the 7 emotions to temper one's willpower will instantly increase one's perception. After the effects of the fruit wear off, one's willpower will be significantly improved. There will also be a slight increase in perception. Chunzong's eyes lit up when he heard this. What were his advantages? There was no doubt that his willpower was stronger than other cultivators of the same level, and his perception was also superior. However, it was very difficult to improve them. Willpower was fine, as it could be improved with cultivation or many experiences. However, perception was very difficult to improve. Perhaps with more experience and more knowledge, it would be easier to comprehend the mysteries of the fruit. However, that was based on experience and accumulation, not an absolute increase in perception. This 7 Lovers Face fruit had the effect of slightly increasing perception. Even transcendence would be tempted. As everyone knew, the higher one's perception, the easier it would be to comprehend and cultivate martial arts. Naturally, one's strength would also increase and become stronger. 9th Prince, I'll go help Senior, Chunzong said. As soon as he finished speaking, he used his movement skill and quickly moved forward. Brother Chun, wait. Hearing this, the ninth prince was shocked and hurriedly stopped him. The third prince revealed a cold expression, secretly thinking that Chunzong was courting death. Although the tyrant martial sect and the Black Sword sect were at peace now, if someone were to disturb the situation, no one would be able to resist without the strength of a grandmaster. Chunzong's speed was very fast. The ninth prince couldn't stop him in time, while the third prince's face was cold. The Black Sword sect's face changed slightly, while the tyrant martial sect's eyes flashed with a trace of ferocity. If he had the chance, he would definitely cripple or even kill Chunzong. The moment he dodged the branch attack, the tyrant martial sect casually punched out. The fist energy was like a dragon breaking through the air. It seemed like a simple punch, but it contained an extremely terrifying power. This kind of attack was effortless for the tyrant martial sect, but it was enough to kill a 6-star. Chunzong's true strength was only at the peak of 5-star. In the face of danger, he didn't panic. In an instant, a black light flashed from his chest and quickly spread out. In the blink of an eye, it covered his entire body. The puppet sword armor was activated, and its strength soared. The two black swords spread out and slashed, directly shattering the tyrant martial sect's attack. Two black crescent moons broke through the air and shot out. The ninth prince was stunned, and so was the third prince. The tyrant martial sect was also very surprised, and the Black Sword sect's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Chunzong's performance was completely unexpected. "You're courting death." The tyrant martial sect was enraged and punched out again. This time, he used 100% of his strength. Apart from the minor true meaning, the fist energy was extremely terrifying, bringing with it the momentum of a tsunami. The enraged tyrant martial sect swore to kill Chunzong with his fist. However, the power of the minor true meaning couldn't be used easily. He also didn't think that Chunzong had the qualifications to make him use the power of the minor true meaning. The black crescent moons were shattered, and so was the fist energy. Chunzong was already close to the Seven Lovers face tree. The distorted faces on the tree screamed again and attacked Chunzong. The puppet sword armor could not only increase Chunzong's battle strength, but could also set up a layer of defense against mental attacks. As a result, the emotional attacks of the Seven Lovers face tree were mostly blocked, and the remaining small portion couldn't affect Chunzong at all. Chunzong's goal wasn't to compete with the tyrant martial sect, but to obtain the Seven Lovers face fruits. There were only 3 sets of them left, and no matter what, he had to obtain 1 set. The Black Sword sect's sword slashed towards the tyrant martial sect, forcing him to defend himself. At the same time, Chunzong's sword slashed towards the first human-faced fruit. However, he was also affected by the mental attack of the fruit, but he was able to withstand it. After obtaining the first human-faced fruit, he directly put it into his mustard seed bag. However, he didn't dare to directly put it into his virtual ring, in case he was exposed. The consequences would be unpredictable. The tyrant martial sect was both shocked and angry. He wanted to stop him, but he didn't dare. If he did, the Black Sword sect will be able to seize the opportunity to obtain even more human-faced fruits. It was better to first obtain the human-faced fruits, and then make a move on Chunzong after obtaining them all. The 3 of them moved quickly. After wearing the puppet sword armor, Chunzong's strength and speed had greatly increased. As they moved, one human-faced fruit after another entered his mustard seed bag. In the end, they didn't care what kind of human-faced fruit they obtained. As long as they could obtain it, it was fine. Not long after, all the human-faced fruits on the Seven Lovers face tree had been picked clean. Chapter 537. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. There was a mistake in the chapter content. It was supposed to be 22 chapters. Now, it has been changed to 21 chapters. If you have already subscribed, you don't need to subscribe again. You could just read it again. The black sword light flashed like a crescent moon and a thunderbolt. The last 7 lovers' face fruit flew up. Chunzong flicked the tip of his sword with astonishing dexterity. The seven lovers' face fruit slid along the blade of his sword and fell into his mustard seed bag. The conqueror martial ancestor's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. A group of seven lovers' noodles fruit had actually been snatched away by a junior who was like an ant in his eyes. How could he endure this? Suddenly, an incomparably strange sound rang out. It was extremely sharp, like the roar of a giant beast, like the wail of an evil spirit. The demonic sound filled the minds of the two people from the Conqueror sect and caused their expressions to change greatly. In an instant, they actually felt dizzy. Although Chenzong had the protection of the puppet sword armor, which weakened the impact of the will and emotions by more than half, the remaining small portions still made him feel dizzy, as if his head was being hit by an invisible hammer. This was the sound of the seven lovers' faces tree. Every twisted face on the tree trunk became even more twisted, swaying as if they wanted to rush out of the tree trunk. There seemed to be vengeful spirits lingering around them. It has mutated Ghost Face Tree. The Conqueror sect and Black Sword sect, who had just woken up, had a drastic change in their expressions. They hurriedly retreated. Black Sword sect even took the opportunity to pull Chunzong. Chunzong instantly woke up. Following Black Sword sect's strength, he used his movement technique and quickly distanced himself from the mutated Ghost Face Tree. Boom, 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 boom. The mutated Ghost Face Tree waved its thick, arm-like trunk to support itself on the ground. It twisted its body and pulled its roots out. It was said that the seven lovers' face tree absorbed the aura of the seven emotions between heaven and earth to survive and grow. Over time, it would condense 49 fruits, which was the so-called seven lovers' face fruit. If one wanted to pluck the seven lovers' face fruit, they would have to face the seven lovers' face tree's willpower assault and attack. They would also have to face the seven lovers' face fruit's willpower assault. Only by withstanding it would one have the right to pluck it. It was like a test. After all the seven lovers' face fruits were plucked, the seven lovers' face tree might mutate and become a terrifying seven lovers' face tree. The seven lovers' face tree had a certain level of attack power, but only to a certain extent. If it mutated into a seven emotions ghost face tree, it would be different. Its attack power would be astonishing and extremely powerful. The seven emotions ghost face tree's roots, which had countless distorted faces on its black-red trunk, left the ground and stood up as if it had two legs. Asterisk, roar. Asterisk, he raised his head to the sky and roared, but it sounded like the cries of 10,000 ghosts. Everyone's expression changed greatly, and they had no choice but to quickly retreat. The twisted ghost face on the seven emotions ghost face tree became even more ferocious, as if it was struggling madly in the river of hell, suffering the ravages of endless pain. An astonishing malice spread out, covering an area of 1,000 meters. Chunzong, come and protect the ninth prince. Yu Weia from the Xinjian clan spoke. His face was serious, but there was also a trace of excitement. At his level, he was still too weak compared to a transcendent. However, compared to a pseudo-transcendent, he was much stronger, and an opponent was hard to find. Even the Conqueror sect did not give the Xinjian clan such a feeling. Now, the mutated seven emotions ghost face tree was obviously a powerful enemy, one that even he did not have the confidence to defeat. Fighting with such a powerful enemy was one of life's greatest joys. Third prince, you should retreat. The Conqueror sect also spoke, his eyes flashing with fighting spirit. His thoughts were similar to the Xinjian clans. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The two of them faced the seven emotions ghost face tree. Chunzong, who was wearing the puppet sword armor, quickly retreated with the ninth prince, putting a distance of 10,000 meters between them. The third prince, on the other hand, was not stupid enough to stay where he was. He used his movement technique and flew away like a golden dragon. The branches and leaves of the seven emotions ghost face tree swayed without any wind, creating a rustling sound. Two thick arms formed from many branches and long whips lashed towards the Conqueror sect and Xinjian clan. Its momentum was astonishing, like thunder roaring like a mountain moving horizontally. Every strike seemed to be able to shatter the heavens and earth. Even Chen Zong and the others, who were 10,000 meters away, could clearly feel the power of this attack. It was very, very strong. Chen Zong, who was wearing the puppet sword armor, could easily resist it. Moreover, without making a move, Chen Zong's energy consumption was greatly reduced, so he could maintain it for a long time. It was rare for a Grandmaster level master to make a move, especially powerful Grandmaster level masters like the Conqueror Sect and Xianjin clan. Facing the Seven Emotions Ghost Face Tree's whips, the Conqueror Sect's master punched out with both his fists. A powerful force as strong as a dragon broke through the air, as if it could destroy a mountain, and smash the gale into pieces, ruthlessly smashing the thick branches and long whips, creating a shocking rumbling sound. The Xianjin clan's master struck out with his sword. An indescribably profound sword chi with a domineering sharpness shot out, deafening. It was as fast as lightning, and like a thunderbolt, it tore through the gale and the vast sky, pressing forward courageously. Chen Zong displayed a mysterious ability as he stared at each of them with one eye, observing their moves. To be able to become a Grandmaster level master, each of their martial arts had been tempered thousands of times. Gradually, they had their own profoundness and were more compatible with themselves. Their moves and battles contained profound mysteries and indescribable principle. As the saying goes, one can comprehend by observing. This was very useful to Chen Zong. The branches of the Seven Emotions Ghost Face Tree were extremely tough, and even the tyrannical attacks of the Conqueror Sect and the sharp slashes of Xianjin clan were unable to damage them. At most, they would only shed some skin. Every attack of the Seven Emotions Ghost Mass Tree contained a terrifying amount of power, as well as an astonishing impact on one's mental willpower. Every emotion was completely different, and they would affect one's emotions, which would then affect one's ability to unleash one's strength. If it was Yin Yiming, it would be difficult for him to withstand the impact of the Seven Emotions Ghost Face Tree's willpower, and he would not be able to display much of his strength. He would then be defeated and killed, becoming nutrients for the Seven Emotions Ghost Face Tree. However, regardless of whether it was the Conqueror Sect or the Xianjin clan, both of their spiritual wills were extremely strong. If they were prepared, they would be able to withstand it. The battle became more and more intense. After the mutation, the Seven Emotions Ghost Face Tree possessed superb techniques. Its arms were like long whips, and they were like giant swords that slashed the sky. At times, they would turn into sharp swords that pierced through the air. The Conqueror Sect was like his name. He was an expert in fists, palms, and feet martial arts. Not only were his attacks unpredictable, but each of his attacks contained shocking power that could split mountains. On the other hand, the Xianjin clan had a sword in his hand. His sword seemed simple, but it was extremely mysterious. It seemed to be far away, and it seemed to be slow, but it was actually fast. It was very unpredictable. Chen Zong, the third prince, and the ninth prince were mesmerized by the battle. Not to mention Chen Zong, the third prince and the ninth prince were also top-notch geniuses. Naturally, there was no need to doubt their comprehension. Watching the Conqueror Sect and the Xianjin clan fight, the two of them had comprehended something. However, they could not be compared to Chen Zong. Chen Zong's eyes shone brightly. Countless rays of light circulated, as if countless mysteries were born and extinguished. The Conqueror Sect and the Xianjin clan were both Grandmaster-level experts. However, without using the minor true meaning, their battle prowess was actually equivalent to 8 stars. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The reason why Grandmaster-level experts were called Grandmaster-level was because they would have 9 stars battle prowess after using their full strength. This usually required the use of the minor true meaning, and at least 2 of them. There were too few pseudo-transcendents who could have 9 stars battle prowess without using the minor true meaning. The prerequisite was that they had to have 6 stars battle prowess when they were in the true martial realm. There were too few true martial realm experts who could raise their battle prowess to 6 stars. Since ancient times, it was difficult to find more than a few in the entire Longta region. Even someone as outstanding as a Xianjin clan could only raise their battle prowess to the limit of 5 stars. At this moment, the Conqueror sect and the Xianjin clan did not use the power of the minor true meaning. Because their mental strength had not yet transformed, they could not use it too many times. This kind of power could only be used at the best time. The most powerful part of the 7 emotions ghost face tree was its mental attack. It contained the impact of different emotions, which was enough to disturb a person's mind. In serious cases, it could even cause a person's mind to collapse. But if they could withstand it, it would be equivalent to reducing the difficulty by half. Everything within a radius of several hundred meters was destroyed and collapsed. There was almost no place to stand. After fighting for a long time, the ghost face tree seemed to be enraged. The countless distorted faces on its body converged into one. It opened its mouth like a demon wanting to devour everything. Now, the Xianjian clan's eyes flashed. His mind and were highly concentrated. Activating his minor true meaning, his long sword emitted an astonishing brilliance and sharpness. The minor true meaning of the 3 sword intents converged into one in an instant. Profound sword path. Sky moon water moon. The sword slashed out. The extreme sharpness flashed. The front seemed to be in a trance. The sword light was like the bright moon, rippling in the water. It was like an illusion, but it was also real. It was full of unfathomable mysteries and contained an astonishing killing intent. Conqueror of the world. Tortoise snake strike. The Conqueror sect raised his hands and blasted out. He also used the power of 3 minor true meanings. After cutting off a branch of the ghost face tree, the sword pierced towards the twisted ghost face that had gathered on the ghost face tree like a hot knife through butter. The Conqueror sect's tortoise snake strike carried an extremely strong and tyrannical force as it blasted the branch into smithereens. Like a falling meteor, it blasted towards the gigantic ghost face. That was the strongest attack that the 7 emotions ghost face tree was about to unleash. However, it needed some time to accumulate power, and that little time was the 7 emotions ghost face tree's weakness. Every expert was well versed in the art of taking advantage of the enemy's weakness. The 2 attacks arrived at the same time. The light rays wreaked havoc and engulfed the 7 emotions ghost face tree. Only the mournful cries of ghosts tore through the clouds. It was as if countless ghosts were being tortured. The final mental attack caused the Xianjin clan and the Conqueror sect to reveal a pained expression. It was as if their eardrums had been torn and their brains had been pierced. 10,000 meters away, Chun Zong and the other 2 were also affected. Their eardrums were bleeding and their brains were in extreme pain. It was as if they had been sawed open. Chun Zong was protected by the puppet sword armor. The 9th prince and the 3rd prince naturally had the corresponding treasures on them to resist such an attack. As the light rays dissipated, the sound also died down. The 7 emotions ghost face tree stood still. The gigantic ghost face on the tree trunk was lifeless. There were no longer any signs of life. Good stuff. The Conqueror sect resisted the discomfort and wanted to take the 7 emotions ghost face tree. However, the Xianjin clan also joined in. This was a rare treasure that couldn't be missed. End of chapter. Chapter 538. Genius 1, Second Remember Love, Go/Little. We provide you with interesting novels to read. This is only the content of the 22nd chapter. 6 Dao is confused. I'm sorry. The greatest value of the 7 lovers face tree was the 7 lovers face fruit. The tree itself was only a carrier. After the fruit was plucked, the tree's function was to nurture new fruits. When the 7 lovers face tree mutated and became a 7 emotions ghost face tree, it would lose the ability to nurture the human face fruit. Its essence would be completely restrained, giving the ghost face tree the same value as the human face fruit. In short, a dead 7 emotions ghost face tree was like a set of 7 emotions ghost face fruits. If used properly, It would be even more valuable than a set of 7 emotions ghost face fruits. Both the Conqueror sect and Mystic Sword sect wanted to fight. Both of them targeted the 7 emotions ghost face tree. It would be best if the 7 emotions ghost face tree's trunk was intact. They restrained each other. Mystic Sword sect, let's see who's better today. The Conqueror sect said directly. Not necessarily. Xinjian's sect replied with 2 words at a moderate pace. Both of them did not hold back, but they avoided the 7 emotions ghost face tree, afraid that they would damage it and reduce its effectiveness. The 3rd prince and 9th prince woke up at the same time. Chunzong was 1 step ahead of them and watched the battle closely. 9th prince, be careful. I'll go and help senior. Chunzong transmitted his voice to the 9th prince. Brother Chun, be careful. The 9th prince transmitted his voice back. A bad feeling rose in the 3rd prince's heart. Chunzong had already turned into a black ray of light and rushed forward. Both the Conqueror sect and Mystic Sword sect sensed Chunzong's movement. The Conqueror sect naturally knew what Chunzong was here for. He could not help but be furious. They had already snatched 7 emotions ghost face fruits, and now they wanted to snatch the 7 emotions ghost face tree. The Mystic Sword sect smiled. With a sword in hand, he blocked all of the Conqueror sect's attacks, preventing the Conqueror sect from diverting his attention to deal with Chunzong. The Conqueror martial sect was very angry, but also very sullen. Because he was restrained by the Black Sword sect, the Black Sword sect's strength was not inferior to his at all. Chunzong leaped past the 2 of them. Relying on the power of the puppet sword armor, he forcefully shattered the shock waves created by the 2 of them. He appeared in front of the 7 emotions ghost face tree. His 2 swords turned into black light that flowed into his arms. He opened his 5 fingers and instantly caught the 7 emotions ghost face tree. The 10-meter-tall 7 emotions ghost mass tree was shockingly heavy, weighing more than 100,000 kilograms. Normal martial artists would find it hard to move it, but Chunzong was accomplished in the body refinement Tao, and his physique was tyrannical. Coupled with his true power and the support of the puppet sword armor, his strength was boundless. With his strength, he was able to lift the 7 emotions ghost mass tree. Put down, the Conqueror martial ancestor flew into a rage and punched out. A terrifying fist energy shot towards Chunzong, wanting to smash Chunzong into smithereens. However, the Black Sword sect would not let this happen. He slashed out with his sword, shattering the Conqueror martial ancestor's fist energy. It was unable to cause any trouble for Chunzong. Carrying the 7 emotions ghost face tree, Chunzong quickly retreated out of the battle. Suddenly, the 3rd prince punched out, and a dragon's roar resounded. A golden flood dragon soared into the sky, roaring with shocking power as it charged towards Chunzong. I've long been on guard against you. The 9th prince was not surprised at all. He slashed out with his sword, and the golden sword light was like a dragon soaring through the 9 heavens. The collision dissipated, and Chunzong was unscathed. Oh well, 9th, it seems like you're determined to go against me. The 3rd prince's gaze was cold, and it was filled with killing intent as it swept past Chunzong and landed on the 9th prince's face. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The drama shrank. 3rd brother, you're wrong. The 9th prince smiled faintly because Chunzong had already returned with the 7 emotions ghost face tree. It was basically a foregone conclusion. The battle between the tyrannical martial sect and the Mystic Sword sect had also stopped. The tyrannical martial sect's eyes were filled with anger, and they landed on Chunzong's body as if they could pierce through a mountain. It was as if they wanted to crush Chunzong into pieces. Do? Very good. The tyrannical martial sect gritted his teeth. I'm very good, Chunzong replied calmly, causing the tyrannical martial sect to be so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. 3rd prince, let's go. The tyrannical martial sect forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart and said in a low voice. He did not want to stay any longer, because if he did, he might even vomit blood. The current situation was very clear. The 9th prince's side had obtained a lot of benefits because of Chunzong's arrival, especially the 7 emotions ghost face tree, which was even more valuable. However, with the mystic sword sect present, there was no way they could snatch it away. Since they could not snatch it away, they would feel like they were asking for humiliation if they continued to stay. The third prince naturally understood this logic. A trace of viciousness flashed in his eyes as he glanced at Chunzong and left. The battle between the Seven Emotions Ghost Face Tree and the Seven Emotions Ghost Face Fruit had come to an end. The Mystic Sword Sect took out a pill and consumed it to recover his energy. Chunzong placed the Seven Emotions Ghost Face Tree down and stopped using the puppet sword armor. With a wave of his hand, the ninth prince stored the Seven Emotions Ghost Face Tree into his mustard seed bag. The space inside a mustard seed bag often varied in size, which was related to the grade of the mustard seed bag itself. As princes of the imperial family, the ninth prince and the third prince naturally possessed the highest grade mustard seed bags. Following that, Chunzong took out seven Emotions Ghost Face Fruits from his mustard seed bag and gave them to the ninth prince. Although Chunzong was very tempted, he was able to obtain the Seven Emotions Ghost Face Fruit because of the Mystic Sword Sect's help. Otherwise, even if he used the puppet sword armor, he would not be a match for the tyrannical martial sect. Furthermore, he had received the ninth prince's favor many times. This could be considered as repayment. The Mystic Sword Sect also took out 21 Seven Emotions Ghost Face Fruits and gave them to the ninth prince. The ninth prince received them excitedly and separated them into 4 groups. This time, I was able to obtain such a heavenly treasure because of Master and Brother Chun. After the ninth prince finished dividing, he raised his head and swept his gaze across Xianjian's sect and Chunzong's faces. At the same time, he said with a sincere tone, "And to be able to obtain the Seven Emotions Ghost Face Tree that is even more valuable, it is also due to Teacher and Brother Chen's efforts." As he spoke, the ninth prince placed a group of Seven Emotions Ghost Face Fruits in front of the Mystic Sword Sect. "Please accept it, Master." "Okay." The Mystic Sword Sect looked at the ninth prince deeply and nodded. He then accepted the group of Seven Emotions Ghost Face Fruits. He also needed such a treasure. If he consumed it and refined it, it would be able to improve his spirit and will. It would also increase his comprehension ability greatly in a short period of time. From there, he would be able to comprehend more. He might even be able to comprehend 1 or 2 lesser true meanings. And if he could comprehend the other 2 lesser true meanings of the sword intent and fuse the 5 lesser true meanings into the complete sword intent, he will be able to transcend the mortal realm and reach the extreme mortal realm. Thinking about this, the Mystic Sword Sect could not help but feel excited. He wanted to consume the Seven Emotions Ghost Face Fruits right now, but he quickly controlled himself. This was not a good place to comprehend in peace. If he really comprehended the other 2 lesser true meanings of the sword intent and broke through, he would be pushed out. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. If he was lucky, he would fall into the tunnel. If he was unlucky, he would fall outside the tunnel and be killed by the Black Thunder Annihilation. Brother Chun, you deserve this group of 7 Emotions Ghost Face Fruits. The ninth prince took another group of 7 Emotions Ghost Face Fruits and gave it to Chunzong, which made Chunzong slightly startled. To be honest, the value of the 7 Emotions Ghost Face Fruits was extremely high. Although it was not a spiritual medicine, it was better than a spiritual medicine. Its value was much higher than the one the ninth prince gave Chunzong. Moreover, it could be consumed continuously. Logically speaking, the ninth prince could have kept it for himself to consume and refine. He did not expect that he would split it into 2 groups, one for Mystic Sword Sect and one for Chunzong. But in the end, being able to obtain the 7 Emotions Ghost Face Fruits was inseparable from Mystic Sword Sect's Chunzong, especially the 7 Emotions Ghost Face Tree at the end. It was more effective and more valuable. Chunzong was able to obtain a group of 7 Emotions Ghost Face Fruits with a clear conscience. It could be said that the contribution Chunzong had made to the ninth prince today was enough to offset the various favors the ninth prince had given Chunzong. It was even more than that. However, the account was not calculated in this way. The ninth prince was able to lend a helping hand to Chunzong when he was in dire straits. This in itself was a great favor. If it were not for the ninth prince providing the pills, the sword sect Doyan Yuan Lingzi would have to suffer day and night. The ninth prince obtained 2 groups of 7 emotions ghost face fruits and 1 7 emotions ghost face tree. Mystic sword sect and Chunzong each obtained a group of 7 emotions ghost face fruits. It could be said that they had all gained something and everyone was happy. On the other hand, the third prince and the conqueror sect were somewhat unhappy. Even if the third prince obtained 2 groups of 7 emotions ghost face fruits and gave 1 group to the conqueror sect, he still could not be happy. According to the third prince's thoughts, all of the 7 emotions ghost face fruits and the 7 emotions ghost face tree should be obtained by him. Of course, this was also the conqueror's sect's thoughts. Unfortunately, they had encountered the ninth prince's group. The most important thing was Chunzong's arrival. If it were not for Chunzong's appearance, the outcome would have been unknown. Even if the Black Sword sect obtained the fruits in the end, the Conqueror sect and the third prince would not have felt so bad. It was because of Chunzong, whose status and strength could not be compared to them. Sullen, unspeakable sullen. Both of their hearts were filled with killing intent towards Chunzong. Conqueror sect, this prince commands you to eliminate Chunzong right here on Dragon Shadow Island. The third prince said very solemnly. His tone was cold and filled with killing intent. Third prince, if I have to deal with Chunzong, I will not be able to protect you. The conqueror sect was slightly startled. He was very tempted, but also hesitant. After all, his main responsibility was to protect the third prince. It's fine. With my methods, even if I encounter a true Transcendence Realm expert, I will be able to survive. The third prince said nonchalantly. He was completely determined to get rid of Chunzong, and the sooner the better. As for himself, as the third prince and the supervisor of the Dragon Teeth Guard, of course he had his own trump cards to protect his life. He would not use them normally, but if he did, even an extreme mortal realm expert would not be able to harm him. If the third prince was like this, then so was the ninth prince. Even the other 7 princes were like this. This was the protection given by the imperial family. Since that is the case, I will go and take Chunzong's life. Third prince, you must be careful. The conqueror's sect's eyes narrowed. His tone was firm and filled with killing intent. Go. The third prince placed his hands behind his back. His eyes flashed coldly, as if he had the power to kill. Nodding his head, the conqueror's sect's figure flashed and left, following Chunzong's direction. However, Chunzong was now with the ninth prince and the Black Sword sect. With the Black Sword sect present, the Conqueror sect had no chance to kill Chunzong. Therefore, he could only wait. In a chapter. Chapter 539. Brothers and Sisters. The Dominator of 6 Realms had lost his head when he was updating the new chapter. He had added Chapter 22 to Chapter 21. Although the Dominator of 6 Realms noticed the change in time, there will be a delay. If the brothers and sisters who have subscribed to Chapter 21 are reading Chapter 22, please read it later. The Dominator of 6 Realms apologizes for this. In a chapter. Chapter 540. Genius 1. Second, remember love divided by little? We provide you with interesting novels to read. With a new cover, I feel awesome. Brother Chun, you can travel with us from now on. Love go little say net. Chu the ninth prince smiled. All right. Chunzong agreed after thinking for a while. Then I won't hide it from Brother Chun. My main purpose in coming to Dragon Shadow Island is the inheritance, the ninth prince said seriously. Under Chunzong's curious gaze, he explained, Dragon Shadow Island is a place where ancient experts cultivated and comprehended the Tao. They left behind many inheritances for the fated ones. Those inheritances are located in the Inheritance Palace. But when will the Inheritance Palace appear? I don't know where it will appear. Only when it appears will there be a strange phenomenon, the ninth prince said. Okay. Chunzong nodded. His interest was greatly piqued. The inheritance left behind by ancient experts sounded very attractive, didn't it? The inheritance palace existed on Dragon Shadow Island. Most of the members of the royal family knew about it. However, the location of the inheritance palace was unknown. According to the records, it had never appeared in the same place. However, the strange phenomenon before it appeared could let people know in advance and head there as soon as possible. If the ninth prince hadn't explained it, Chunzong wouldn't have known about it. Someone is following us. Master Xianjian suddenly spoke. A glint flashed in his eyes. Who? The ninth prince asked cautiously. You should be here for Chunzong. A smile hung on the corner of Xianjian's sex mouth. Coming for Brother Chun, could it be? The ninth prince instantly thought of something, and a cold smile flashed across his face. Chunzong immediately understood who was following him. The biggest possibility was the third prince's personal bodyguard, the conqueror martial ancestor. However, with Master Xianjian around, Master Xianjian had no chance. Of course, Chunzong wouldn't place all his hopes on the Black Sword sect. In the end, his own strength was the most important. Luckily, he had the puppet sword armor with him, which gave Chunzong some confidence. However, he still raised his vigilance. It was just that he didn't discover the existence of the Conqueror Martial Sect. The Overlord Martial Sect had been following them secretly, looking for an opportunity to make a move. With the Black Sword Sect by his side, the Overlord Martial Sect knew that even if he suddenly made a move, he wouldn't be able to kill Chunzong. Instead, he would alert the enemy. Love, go little, say, though the Conqueror Martial Ancestor had a domineering personality, he was actually a very patient person. Well, he wasn't as strong as he was now. He had once stalked an enemy for several months in order to kill them. He would only make his move when he found the best opportunity to kill them. Being strong wasn't scary. Being strong and patient was what made people tremble in fear. With the Black Sword Sect accompanying them, not only did they avoid being ambushed by the Conqueror Martial Sect, the golden beasts they encountered along the way were all killed by the swords of Chunzong, the ninth prince, and the Black Sword Sect. As for the corpses of the golden beasts, they were all collected. The three of them continued to search for opportunities as they waited for the Hall of Inheritance to appear. Lush and verdant trees towered into the sky. This was an ancient forest. Every tree was at least as thick as several people hugging it. It was like a heavenly pillar propping up the sky, majestic and magnificent. The roars of beasts indicated that there were a large number of beasts residing in this forest. Chunzong and the other two did not stop and directly rushed into the forest, advancing courageously. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Streaks of golden light jumped around the forest. They were as fast as shooting stars and as ferocious as thunder. They brought with them a series of whistling sounds, like a storm sweeping over from all directions. In the blink of an eye, Chunzong and the other two were surrounded. They could only see tree trunks all around them. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. There were golden figures standing on all the branches. They were golden apes. They were either standing or hanging from the branches. Their scarlet eyes flashed with malevolence and bloodthirstiness. Chirp, chirp. Strange and noisy noises kept ringing out, mixing into a sound wave that came from all directions, disturbing the minds of Chunzong and the other two. Chunzong and the other two had solemn expressions on their faces as they tried to stay calm. The gold-colored beasts in the Dragon Shadow Island all had the same characteristic, which was great strength. Moreover, their gold-colored skin was extremely tough, and their defensive power was shocking. Compared to the beasts in the outside world, they were at least 30% stronger. At a glance, he could see that there were at least 100 golden apes in the surroundings. Each of them was emitting a powerful aura. Ninth Prince, Chunzong, I'll let you guys make a move first. Xianjianzong said, I'll guard against the Conqueror Martial Sect. Okay. Chunzong and the ninth prince had no objections. Suddenly, the golden apes raised their arms, holding pieces of jet-black objects in their palms. They threw them fiercely like stones, and like meteors, they smashed towards Chunzong, the ninth prince, and the 3 people from the Xinjiang sect. Quick, fierce. The fist-sized stones smashed out, as if they weighed 10,000 kilograms. The momentum was shocking, and the power was tyrannical. It arrived in an instant. From all directions, there were at least 100 jet-black stones flying towards them like meteors. Swinging his sword, he shattered the black lights. The intense collision made Chunzong realize that the power contained within was enough to kill a 4-star warrior. Even a 5-star warrior would be affected by it. Fortunately, Chunzong and the 9th Prince were not ordinary 5-star warriors. Their battle power was at least at the late stage of 5-star. Together with their superb physique refinement and ingenious techniques, they were able to withstand the attacks. As for Xinjiang, it was even simpler. His long sword slashed in front of him, forming a half-arc. It looked simple, but it was actually very mysterious. It slashed across dozens of jet-black lights, and those jet-black lights all stopped for a moment before disappearing like smoke blown by the wind. It was an understatement, treating everything as if it was nothing. Chunzong caught a glimpse of it from the corner of his eyes. He was instantly moved. Combining it with the scene of Xinjiang and Conqueror Martial Sect fighting against the 7 Emotions Ghost Face Tree, he was inspired. The heavenly Tao was mysterious, and it followed the trend. Chunzong was suddenly enlightened. He brandished both swords in his hands. What he displayed was still the unhindered sword technique, but it was less fiery and more ethereal. Not only did this ethereal aura not weaken the power of the sword technique, but it also made the trajectory of the 2 swords even more mysterious and unpredictable. What was others was still others. Only by using one's own body as the foundation and combining the essence of others into one's own body and turning it into one's own use would one be at the top. When Chunzong swung both swords, the 9th Prince felt the difference. It was a natural flow like water and clouds. The 2 swords slashed through the air, and the black light shattered. The impact Chunzong received was obviously weakened, and Xinjiang nodded slightly. In the distance, the Conqueror Martial Sect's pupils shrank, and alarm bells rang in his heart. With their excellent eyesight, they could naturally see that Chunzong's swordsmanship had improved, and his control over his strength had become more perfect. To a certain extent, he was not inferior to a martial scholar. Moreover, his opponent was only a 5-star martial scholar. If he reached the pseudo-transcendent realm one day, he would definitely become a martial scholar. This was a person with endless potential, and he was also an enemy. No matter what, he cannot be allowed to live. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this moment, this chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. However, the Conqueror Martial Sect's killing intent was endless. The hundreds of golden apes are not weak. If they can restrain Xinjiang for a while, it will be the best time for me to kill Chunzong. The Conqueror Martial Sect thought to himself. His eyes flickered, and intentionally or unintentionally, they fell on Chunzong, so as not to arouse Chunzong's vigilance. All masters had sharp senses, and Chunzong's were also very sensitive. If he focused his attention, it would be easy for him to sense it. Swinging both swords, Chunzong was immersed in this experience. It was natural, comfortable, and as if he was scribbling, he had grasped the essence of the unhindered sword style. Vaguely, Chunzong felt that his swordsmanship was transforming. The golden apes continuously threw out black fist-sized stones. Each stone was incomparably hard, many times harder than tempered steel. If hit directly, even a 4-star martial scholar would die. With both swords in hand, Chunzong relied on the unhindered sword style to intercept and shatter all the powerful black light. Chunzong's surroundings became a forbidden zone, and nothing could enter. The continuous attacks couldn't hurt these people at all. The golden apes were furious, and they all let out angry roars. Then, they jumped up from the tree branches one by one. Their bodies trembled, and golden light burst out. Their tyrannical power rushed into the void, and the explosion created a shocking shockwave. Their bodies were like golden comets, and they carried a shocking power as they bombarded. These golden apes actually smashed themselves like stones, and their power was shocking. One could see the white airflow madly rushing, and the wind whistled, sweeping in all directions. More than 10 golden lights bombarded with destructive power. They were several times more tyrannical than the stones from before, and were enough to turn a normal 5-star martial scholar into dust. Even the stronger 5-star martial scholar wouldn't dare to take it head-on. The Ninth Prince's face was serious, but Xianjianzong didn't care. This level of attack was not enough. As for Qinzong, his expression didn't change, but his eyes were getting brighter and brighter. They were like 2 small suns, and his mind was highly concentrated. It was as if he wanted to rush out of his mind and see the truth. The 2 swords slashed across and faced a golden ape that was charging at him. As soon as they came into contact, the extremely tyrannical power caused the 2 swords to bend, and they went straight for Qinzong. It was as if Qinzong wanted to kill him. In the face of danger, Qinzong didn't panic. His inspiration was like a spring, and it burst out in an instant. In Qinzong's eyes, the power of the golden comet was so clear, and the 2 swords seemed to have come alive. A tremble, a slash, a circle. In the blink of an eye, the 2 swords in Qinzong's hands changed many times. A deeper level of connection arose spontaneously, and it was much stronger than before. It was as if something had been broken, and it was promoted to a higher level. The golden comet was immediately guided by Qinzong's 2 swords, and with tyrannical power, it fiercely bombarded the other golden comet. The 2 collided, and a loud sound was heard. The aftermath of the collision was turbulent, and it was accompanied by painful screams. He attacked again, and it was still the 40th style of the horizontal sword art. It still carried the will of the horizontal sword art, but it wasn't a straight sword light. Instead, it was an arc, and it went around the 2 golden comets. As it collided, not only did it dissolve the impact of the 2 golden comets, but also guided them to the side. One sword after another. The sword light was continuous, and the power was endless. The sword art is as one, and the power is endless. A light flashed in Xianjianzong's eyes. This was clearly the sign of the perfection of the body and sword as one. This also meant that Qinzong was qualified to break through to the next level of sword art. In the distance, Xuanwuzong's eyes were almost burning. End of chapter. Chapter 541. Genius 1, Second Remember Love, Go/Little. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. When the sword technique reached the perfection stage of 1 with the sword, Qinzong's body trembled uncontrollably. His consciousness also entered an indescribable state in an instant, as if he was pulled into a profound time and space. His body was controlled by his subconscious. He continued to wield the 2 swords. Every sword seemed to be softer and softer, but it also contained tenacity. It also carried the tyrannical and sharp power of the unhindered sword technique. One sword after another, it was endless. The connection between the swords was so natural and casual. It was endless. There was no gap or flaw to be found. Epiphany. Xianjianzong was surprised again. The Ninth Prince was envious. Qinzong's talent in the sword technique was too outstanding. First, he raised the sword technique to the perfection stage of 1 with the sword. Then, he had an epiphany. Every sword seemed simple, but it was very mysterious. It was an indescribable feeling. It was very beautiful, but also very dangerous. Ninth Prince retreat first. Xianjianzong took the Ninth Prince and quickly retreated. He waved his sword and sent the golden apes flying. He could see that Qinzong was in a state of epiphany at this moment. He needed a certain amount of external pressure to better understand. Therefore, he let most of the golden apes attack Qinzong. Most of the golden apes rushed toward Qinzong and launched a crazy attack. Every attack was at the level of an early 5-star. 1 or 2 attacks were nothing, but dozens of attacks at the same time were very scary. Even a peak 5-star would not be able to withstand it. Chunzong's expression did not change. He did not know when he closed his eyes. He calmly moved his feet. His footsteps were like clouds, but he did not go far. Instead, he moved in a circle. With the two swords in his hands, he casually waved them. The mystery of the unhindered sword technique was integrated into it. It seemed slow, but it was as fast as lightning. There was a faint sound of rolling thunder, as if it came from the distant sky. The two swords circled and formed a sword circle. It covered his body and blocked all the attacks of the golden apes. What is Brother Chun comprehending? Why is he so powerful? The ninth prince felt ashamed. If he had been in Chunzong's shoes, he would have been defeated and killed if he hadn't relied on his trump card. How could he have been able to withstand the attacks as easily as Chunzong had been able to do so? The conqueror martial ancestor narrowed his eyes as he watched from afar. His eyes were cold and filled with killing intent, giving Chunzong an invisible pressure. His consciousness seemed to be in a state of chaos, as if he was in a state of half dreaming and half awake. He couldn't differentiate between reality and illusion, but he was aware of his current state. It was very strange. Perfect swordsmanship, as you wish. Everything in the world is divided into yin and yang, as well as the change between hardness and softness. My unhindered sword technique uses yang as its foundation. My sword moves unhindered and disdainfully, and its overbearing and fierce might has already attained the limit. But yang is unparalleled in the world. Extreme yang gives birth to yin. Extreme hardness and softness appear. Yin and yang intersect. Hardness and softness combine. More and more epiphanies came to his mind, but he couldn't help but let his thoughts run wild. As the two swords danced, Chunzong thought of water. The water of the river, the water of the sinking feather river, the water of the waterfall. The water flowed endlessly from one side to the other, as if there was no beginning and no end. In front of his eyes, it was as if a river had appeared out of thin air, and Chunzong felt as if he was in the middle of the river, allowing the water to continuously wash over him. An indescribable feeling pervaded his entire body. The flow of water is continuous and unending. If one's strength is like the flow of water, then it can flow endlessly. If one sword is like the flow of water, then it can flow endlessly. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. As the epiphany came to his mind, a strange energy suddenly spread out from Chunzong's body. It was as if water vapor was rising and surrounding his body. That is, the conqueror martial ancestor's eyes narrowed, and a thought involuntarily appeared in his mind. It was a thought that made him feel extremely shocked. The conqueror martial ancestor, who was far away, didn't think much of it because he still didn't know that Chunzong had already grasped a minor true meaning. The two swords were surrounded by water vapor and gradually condensed. The swords disappeared and turned into two deep blue streams of water. As the swords danced, they flowed endlessly and continuously coiled around Chunzong's body, without beginning and without end. All of the golden ape's attacks were blocked without missing a single bit, and it became even easier. As it was being guided, the golden ape's attacks were directed towards their other companions. The two deep blue streams of water gradually spread out, and the range became larger and larger. One after another, the golden apes were trapped within. As the power was dispersed, they were all bound, and then like silk threads, they wrapped around their necks. Circle after circle, one after another, endless and endless. Chunzong's figure disappeared, as if he had been submerged. Only the deep blue streams of water flowed in all directions, covering an area of 100 meters. The conqueror martial ancestor stared in shock, but at the same time, he didn't forget to be vigilant of his surroundings, in case someone suddenly attacked, and also in case there was an accident that interrupted Chunzong's comprehension. Epiphanies were hard to come by, and they were often unobtainable. If they were interrupted, they would lose an opportunity to gain epiphanies, and in the worst case, they might be injured. Although the Conqueror Martial Ancestor didn't know what Qinzong was comprehending, he could see that it was an epiphany. Logically speaking, he should take action and take the opportunity to kill Qinzong. However, the Conqueror Martial Ancestor was watching from the side, and it was very difficult to find an opportunity. If he couldn't successfully kill Qinzong, he would be alerting the enemy. Until now, the Conqueror Martial Ancestor still didn't know that he had been exposed. Water flows through all things and can pass through all obstacles, whether it's grass, trees, stones, or mountains. Unknowingly, his spiritual power was rapidly depleted. Silently, one golden ape after another was cut open by the silk-like sword chi. The terrifying sword chi invaded their bodies and wreaked havoc, killing them one after another. Suddenly, his spiritual power was depleted, and a strong sense of dizziness woke Qinzong up. His body swayed, and he no longer had the strength to swing his swords. His vision quickly fell into darkness, and he directly fell to the ground. At the same time, the 20 or so golden apes around him also fell to the ground dead. They all died under Qinzong's swords. The other golden apes madly rushed over, launching fearless attacks. The Conqueror Martial Ancestor's face darkened. He swung his sword, and a mysterious sword light broke through the air, like a crescent moon hanging in the air. Everywhere it passed, a rain of blood flew. Even the golden apes, with amazing defense, couldn't withstand it at all, and their bodies were cut in half, dying one after another. He swung his sword again, and under the mysterious sword light, the remaining golden apes were all killed. Brother Chun, the ninth prince's figure flashed, and he helped Qinzong up. The Conqueror Martial Ancestor also appeared beside Qinzong to check, and his eyebrows relaxed. Ninth Prince, Qinzong just fainted from overexertion of his spiritual power. It's not a big deal. As he spoke, he took out a pill to recover his spiritual power and stuffed it into Qinzong's mouth. With a light pat, the pill slipped into Qinzong's body and turned into a clear stream that quickly flowed into Qinzong's mind. Due to the exhaustion of his spiritual power, his dry brain was like a dry land that was moistened by the spring rain. With the consumption of the pill's power, his dry spiritual power recovered bit by bit. When he recovered about 10%, Qinzong also woke up. He opened his eyes and quickly swept his gaze across, seeing the ground full of corpses. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Corpses. Qinzong couldn't help but be stunned, but he quickly reacted. It should be the Conqueror Martial Ancestor who made a move. He quickly took out a pill to recover his spiritual power and consumed it. In just a few breaths of time, he recovered 30%. Including the previous 10%, his spiritual power recovered to 40%, and the exhaustion in his eyes slowly disappeared. You comprehended another minor true meaning, right? The Conqueror Martial Ancestor asked in a very low voice, in order to avoid being heard by others. Yes, Qinzong directly admitted. The ninth prince's face was filled with shock. Qinzong had already comprehended a minor true meaning, and that was already something that made him extremely shocked. Now that he had comprehended a second minor true meaning, how was he going to let others live? What minor true meaning is it? The Conqueror Martial Ancestor was curious, because he felt that it wasn't any true meaning of sword, nor was it the minor true meaning that he had comprehended. It should be a type of true meaning of water, Qinzong said, but he wasn't sure what kind of minor true meaning it was. In this aspect, he still didn't have enough understanding. The true meaning of water is divided into 4 types of minor true meanings, which are the true meaning of water flow, the true meaning of water droplets, the true meaning of water ripples, and the true meaning of water storm. The 4 types of minor true meanings are all different. The Conqueror Martial Ancestor explained simply. Qinzong thought for a moment and was sure that what he had comprehended was the true meaning of water. It was flowing like water, continuous and unending. However, Qinzong didn't directly say it out loud. The Conqueror Martial Ancestor didn't ask again, and even though the ninth prince was curious, he didn't ask. To be able to comprehend 2 minor true meanings at the peak of the 9th level of the true martial realm, This was undoubtedly a very rare thing. Even the Conqueror martial ancestor couldn't do it in the past. Remember, using the minor true meaning will consume a large amount of mental energy. Once it is used up too much, you will fall into a coma. In serious cases, it will directly damage your mind, and it will be difficult to heal. The Conqueror martial ancestor said to Chunzong very seriously, "With your current mental energy, I estimate that you can only use one minor true meaning, and only one. If you combine both minor true meanings, the power will be even stronger, but it will be enough to cause serious damage to your mind." Chunzong knew that the Conqueror martial ancestor was warning him that he couldn't be complacent and couldn't casually use this kind of power. "Thank you, Senior. I will pay attention," Chunzong replied seriously. A sharp roar sounded from afar. In the blink of an eye, it approached and became high-pitched and sharp. It also carried a mournful grief and indignation, causing Chunzong and the Ninth Prince's expressions to change greatly. The Conqueror martial ancestor also revealed a serious expression. A golden stream of light quickly leaped over from afar like a meteor. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a tall and strong golden figure that appeared in front of the three of them, separated by a few hundred meters. It was a golden ape, but compared to the golden apes from before, it was much stronger and taller. Its muscles bulged, its arms were longer, and its scarlet eyes were filled with cold and violent killing intent. This was an extremely powerful demon beast, and also the king of the golden apes. When the golden ape's eyes focused, Chunzong felt a bone-chilling feeling, as if he was about to be torn apart. The Ninth Prince's expression changed even more. The Conqueror martial ancestor's figure flashed, blocking the golden ape's line of sight. "Ninth Prince, Chunzong, you must be careful," the Conqueror martial ancestor said in a serious tone. In the distance, the Conqueror martial ancestor suddenly revealed a smile. From afar, he could feel the shocking aura of the golden ape. If the golden ape made a move, the Conqueror martial ancestor would definitely make a move as well. At that time, it might be a good opportunity to kill Chunzong. In a chapter. Chapter 542. Genius 1, Second Remember Love, Divided by Go. Talk Network provide you with wonderful novels to read. The Golden Monkey King angrily attacked, like a golden meteor piercing through the air, bringing with it a tyrannical killing intent as it flew towards the Xinjiang sect. As for Chunzong and the Ninth Prince, they were like ants in the eyes of the Golden Monkey King, the kind that could be easily killed. Love, go little, say W. Chun, the remnant aura of the corpses of the people lying on the ground, also told the Golden Monkey King that the murderer was the powerful human in front of it. The fierce attack made the Xinjiang sect have no choice but to treat it seriously. The Golden Monkey King was too strong. Chunzong made a prompt decision to use the puppet sword armor, and a black light quickly spread out. The puppet sword armor covered his entire body, firmly protecting Chunzong. Both of his hands opened, and a black light flowed and condensed into two swords. Boom, boom, boom. The Golden Monkey King continuously punched out with both of its fists. It was as resplendent as a golden meteor shower, beautiful and filled with fatal danger. The Xinjiang sect's expression became serious. He slashed forward with his sword, and as he contracted, the sword's body changed slightly, becoming more and more mysterious. He blocked every punch of the Golden Monkey King, and the sword light was like a crescent moon as it shot out. In terms of the exquisiteness of his moves, the Golden Monkey King was far inferior to the Xinjiang sect. The sword directly slashed onto its body, but it produced a dull sound. The sword light shattered, and the Golden Monkey King's body swayed, but only a white scratch was left on its golden skin. The Golden Monkey King's defensive power was actually so tyrannical that even the Xinjiang sect's sword was unable to break through it. However, the Golden Monkey King seemed to have been enraged. It let out a few loud and sharp cries that soared into the sky. Its entire body shone with a golden light, and its originally strong body swelled up once again, becoming even stronger. Amidst the strange sounds, the Golden Monkey King turned into a huge golden ape. It was even stronger than before, and the color of its skin was even purer and brighter. Its entire body was burning with golden flames. After transforming, the aura of the Golden Monkey King had increased by more than 30%. The air around it was directly repelled and rippled, causing Chunzong and the Ninth Prince's expressions to change greatly. They had no choice but to retreat again, and the Xianjian sect became even more serious. Roar! With a loud roar, he waved his thick arms and punched his chest with his fists that were as large as millstones. It was as if a war drum was beating, and the momentum was astonishing. Every time he struck, there would be a golden ripple that could be seen by the naked eye. It would spread out rapidly, and it carried a shocking amount of power. That momentum could even cause a 4-star martial artist body to be severely injured or even explode. A normal 5-star martial artist would not be able to withstand it. Love, go little, say, ku. However, the Xianjian sect was not affected in the slightest, allowing the golden ripples to sweep past and disappear without a trace. With a sword in hand, he placed it horizontally in front of his chest. Xianjian sect's left-hand sword finger gently slid across the sword's spine, and a sharp aura immediately spread out. As the sword trembled, its sharp light was dazzling. The Conqueror martial sect had been waiting for the best opportunity to attack. After transforming, the Golden Monkey King became even more tyrannical. When he punched out, it was like a falling meteor. The fist force caused the air to collapse, covering 100 meters. Before the fist even arrived, the ground around Xianjian sect started to crack. Xianjian sect felt that the fist was like a mountain pressing down on him. Attack! The sword light was extremely mysterious. It streaked across the sky, slicing apart the terrifying aura. Just as it was about to collide with the golden fist, it suddenly coiled around the golden fist like an agile snake and shot towards the Golden Monkey King's arm. Chunzong was once again enlightened by this extremely nimble sword. Wherever the sword light passed, the golden flames on the Golden Monkey King's arm would be cut open. However, the golden skin was even more durable and did not break at all. It still only left a small white scratch. That fist was like a hot knife through butter. With a bang, the ground shattered and dust flew everywhere. The Xianjian sect also seemed to have been shattered. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The sword light flashed from the sky and slashed down with the force of thousands of lightning bolts. This sword strike seemed to be able to split apart the heavens and earth, causing the Golden Monkey King to feel an immense sense of threat. With an explosive roar, it lifted its thick arms and ruthlessly punched out with its fists, wanting to shatter the heavens. The sword light shattered, and the Golden Monkey King's feet sank into the ground. Everything around it shattered. The second sword slashed down. The third sword slashed down. One sword followed by another, and the Golden Monkey King could only raise its arms and cross them above its head. It activated its strength, and the golden flames became more and more intense. It firmly resisted the Xianjian sect's sword light. Boom, boom, boom. The Golden Monkey King resisted with all its might. It continued to sink, and half of its body sank into the ground. Thousands of smoke and dust billowed like waves. However, no matter how Xianjian sect attacked, the Golden Monkey King continued to use its arms to resist until its entire body sank into the ground. Xianjian sect leaped up, and a shocking sharpness suddenly burst out from his body. It was as if there was a formless sword qi surrounding his body. Xianjian sect. Heavenly moon fall. There seemed to be a bright moon rising and falling in his eyes. The sword slashed down, bringing along layers of sword light like a bright moon hanging high in the sky. After that, it slashed down like a bright moon falling. An extremely powerful sword. An absolute killing sword. Within this sword, there were 3 types of lesser true meaning. The Golden Monkey King felt a great threat. This sword could threaten it, and it could not help but feel anxious. It ignored everything and burst out with a tyrannical force, transforming into a ball of golden sun and fiercely bombarding it. The sun and the moon collided. Now, Xianjian's sect made his move. Like a thunderclap, he streaked across tens of thousands of meters, bringing with him a world-shaking momentum. An incomparably tyrannical aura spread out, and a deep trench was forcefully torn open in the ground. At this moment, the Black Sword sect simply couldn't spare any energy to block the Conqueror Martial sect, and the Ninth Prince's reaction was also a bit slower. But even if he could react quickly, it was useless. His life-saving trump card was only to protect himself. Xianjian's sect's speed was extremely fast. Even if they were tens of thousands of meters apart, it was as if they were 10 meters apart. Shenzong only had time to react and was unable to dodge. He could only wave his two swords to block. Xianjian's sect toward a snake strike. It was fine if he did not attack, but once he attacked, it was an extremely terrifying attack. Xianjian's sect's killing intent had been accumulating for a long time, and Shenzong was wearing the puppet sword armor, so his defense was very strong. If it was just a normal attack, it would not be able to kill him. Toward a snake strike was the second-level killing move of Xianjian's sect. Its power was tyrannical, and in the air, there were faint figures of a huge tortoise and a python entwined around each other. It was like the waves of the sea, destroying the heavens and the earth. This attack contained the power of 3 lesser true meanings. The momentum was shocking. Before the attack even arrived, the terrifying pressure already made Shenzong feel suffocated. This was even under the weakening of the puppet sword armor. If he did not use the puppet sword armor in advance, he would not be able to move at all under the pressure of this attack. Even his thoughts would be frozen. Xianjian's sect and the Ninth Prince's expressions changed greatly. The Xianjian sects and the Ninth Prince's expressions changed. All of their powers were activated in an instant. The puppet sword armor's power, the golden jade impenetrable body's power, the unhindered true force's power, and the rank 3 pseudo-spiritual armor's power. Finally, Shenzong activated the power of the true meaning of water. His 2 swords trembled and turned into 2 streams of black water that surrounded his body, protecting him firmly. The power of the water was gentle, and it silently seeped through. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. It could also weaken the external force layer by layer. When the turtle snake strike arrived, Shenzong immediately felt his 2 swords stop, and he felt that it was extremely difficult. After it was broken, the powerful and tyrannical power carried a bit of agility, and it quickly bombarded the puppet's sword armor, penetrating it heavily. Layer after layer of defensive power was destroyed, and it finally bombarded Shenzong's body. He felt as if his body was about to be shattered. His entire body turned into a black light and flew back 10,000 meters in an instant. Along the way, he smashed through many trees, causing wood shavings to fly everywhere. Xianjian's sect and the Golden Monkey King collided, and a loud boom shook the heavens and earth. Under Xianjian's sect's terrifying sword attack, the Golden Monkey King once again fell into the ground, and it was tens of meters deep. Xianjian's sect flew up into the sky, and with a tap of his left hand, sword chi shot towards Xianjian's sect. Xianjian's sect was about to chase after Shenzong and attack again, but he was faced with Xianjian's sect's attack. He had no choice but to attack and shatter the sword chi. Immediately after, Xianjian's sect's sword descended from the sky. The Ninth Prince quickly moved towards Shenzong's side. I hope Brother Chun is still alive. The Ninth Prince was extremely anxious. Shenzong's talent was extremely high, and it was shocking. With such a peerless genius assisting him, it would be very beneficial for him. Even if he took a step back, as a friend, he would be an extremely good friend. The Ninth Prince naturally hoped that he was still alive. At the same time, the Ninth Prince was also filled with killing intent towards Xianjian's sect. Xianjian's sect's face was filled with killing intent, and his eyes were incomparably cold. With a sword in his hand, his killing intent rampaged, causing Xianjian's sect to faintly feel fear. Sky Moon. Xianjian's sect's sword slashed out, and it was like a clear stream of water reflecting the bright moon in the sky. Xianjian Sect's expression changed drastically. The enraged Xianjian Sect became extremely terrifying. Tens of thousands of sword chi revolve around his body, and under his command, they were like fish swimming in water, killing their way towards Xianjian Sect. After receiving the attack head-on, Xianjian Sect was faced with hundreds of sword chi attacks. He had no choice but to defend himself, and was forced to retreat continuously. Xianjian Sect's extremely profound sword technique made Xianjian Sect feel exhausted. Only now did Xianjian Sect realize that there was still a gap between his strength and Xianjian Sect's. Although the gap wasn't huge, in a battle between experts, a single line of difference could cause a suppression. Xianjian Sect was both shocked and furious. Facing such a powerful sect, he could only choose to retreat. Although Xianjian Sect was slightly stronger than Xianjian Sect, if Xianjian Sect wanted to leave, Xianjian Sect couldn't stop him. Xianjian Sect quickly left. He felt that his attack just now was enough to kill Chenzong. Even if Chenzong was lucky and didn't die, he would definitely be heavily injured. Furthermore, under the destruction of the 3 lesser true intents, his foundation would be greatly damaged, and his talent wouldn't be comparable to before. As soon as Xianjian Sect left, the golden monkey king that was slashed into the ground by Xianjian Sect once again rushed out. Its body was drenched in blood, and it was even more furious. Die! Xianjian Sect's sword pierced through the air. Its trajectory was incomparably profound, and there was no way to find or defend against it. The sword directly pierced through the golden monkey king's eye, crushing its brain. The heavily injured golden monkey king frantically struggled, but it was powerless. It fell to the ground under Xianjian Sect's sword, and its body shrunk back to its original state. Its 4 limbs were still trembling and twitching. After killing the golden monkey king, Xianjian Sect stood on the spot with his sword in hand, and a shocking killing intent surrounded him. After a moment, Xianjian Sect's killing intent was retracted, and he quickly took out a pill to consume. However, his face was pale, and his eyes were filled with exhaustion. The battle just now had consumed a large amount of Xianjian Sect's energy and mental energy. In a chapter. Chapter 543. Genius 1, Second Remember Love, Go/Little. We provide you with interesting novels to read. Brother, Chen. The voice was erratic, as if it came from the distant horizon, but also as if it was in a dream. Instantly awake, Chenzong opened his eyes with difficulty. He felt a splitting headache, as if someone had chopped his head with an axe and was about to split it open. Moving slightly, he immediately felt as if his body was being torn apart. The pain was unbearable. Brother Chun, you're awake. The 9th prince's face appeared in front of him, but it was a little blurry. You're heavily injured. Don't move for now. To be able to withstand the tortoise snake attack of the Conqueror's Sect without dying, it is indeed rare. The Black Sword Master smiled. You're heavily injured, but your self-healing ability is very strong. You'll be able to recover in a short period of time. As for your mental state, you're also slightly injured. Thank you, 9th Prince and Senior. Chenzong opened his mouth. His voice was weak, and another wave of pain came. While his entire body was in pain, Chenzong could clearly feel a clear stream of energy permeating his body, flowing through his organs, bones, and muscles. It eased his heavy injuries and slowly healed them. The mental state injury was more troublesome, but there was still a clear stream of energy flowing through it, reducing the pain. That was the power of the pill. The Conqueror's Sect's tortoise snake attack was done with full force in order to kill Chenzong in one blow. Fortunately, Chenzong was prepared. The puppet sword armor offset part of the attack, and his various defensive techniques offset part of the attack. In the end, only a small part of the attack entered his body. If not for the weakening of the puppet sword armor, that attack would have taken away Chenzong's life. Three types of lesser true meanings attacked his mental state. Fortunately, Chunzong's mental state was strong, and he had mastered two types of lesser true meanings. Only then was he able to withstand it. He only suffered light injuries that would not leave any sequelae or damage his foundation. Without saying anything, Chunzong focused on guiding the clear stream of energy in his body to heal his injuries. The injury this time was more serious than any of the previous ones. It was enough to kill him. Fortunately, he had the boundless vitality of the 1,000-year tree heart. The Xinjian sect and the Ninth Prince stood at the side to protect Chunzong, preventing them from being disturbed. At this moment, Chunzong was extremely weak. A normal warrior could kill him. As time went by, Chunzong's injuries gradually healed, and his pain was also alleviated. This time, his injuries were too severe. It took him more than half a day to fully recover. "Thank you, Ninth Prince and Senior." Chunzong stood up and expressed his thanks once again. His face was still pale. The pain was unforgettable. As for the tyrant martial ancestor, who had almost killed him, Chunzong's heart was filled with killing intent. However, his current strength couldn't be compared to the tyrant martial ancestor. He could only remember him for now. "It's fine," Xinjian's sect said. Suddenly, the ground trembled slightly, and the trembling became more intense. It was as if the earth was quaking and the mountains were swaying, as if something huge was about to break out of the ground. The sky was filled with multicolored flowing lights, as if a rainbow-colored snow was falling from the sky. The inheritance palace is about to appear. The Ninth Prince was startled at first, then said excitedly, "Let's go." Xinjian's sect was even more direct. The three of them immediately headed towards the direction of the trembling. The inheritance palace is finally about to appear. The third prince, who was alone, raised his head and looked over with a smile on his face. His eyes were filled with ambition. "When the inheritance palace appears, I will meet up with the third prince there." The tyrant martial ancestor changed his direction and headed towards the direction of the trembling. The inheritance palace has finally appeared. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Everyone who is still alive was extremely excited. Why did they enter the Dragon's Shadow Island? Opportunities. Pseudo-spiritual herbs were opportunities, treasures were opportunities, and inheritances were also opportunities. Among the various fortuitous encounters, the fortuitous encounter in the inheritance hall was undoubtedly the best, because it was said that every one of the fortuitous encounters was very profound. Some of the outstanding inheritances in the current royal family came from the inheritance palace. A good inheritance could change a person's fate. Gathering from all directions, they headed towards the direction of the trembling. The trembling became more and more intense, causing everything on the ground to shake along with it. The flowing light became more and more dazzling, like a dream. After rushing out of the forest, Chunzong and the other two saw the source of the light in front of them. It was a huge ball of multicolored light, like a huge light source. It was slowly rising from the ground, like a multicolored sun rising into the sky. The majestic aura swept out in all directions, like a tidal wave, containing endless mysteries. Figures came from all directions. Some were vigorous, some were light, and some were fierce. But in the end, they all stopped in front of the multicolored light source, staring at it with their eyes wide open in shock. The multicolored light source was huge, encompassing a radius of tens of miles. The light was resplendent, but not dazzling. The mysterious aura spread out, causing everyone to feel a sense of calmness and concentration. The multicolored light source rose a few hundred meters into the air before stopping. The light gradually retracted, revealing its true form. From its appearance, the inheritance palace was clearly very strange. It was black and white all over, like a feather that had been magnified countless times. Its surface was filled with broken patterns, gently swaying like a boat in the water or like a feather floating in the air. The inheritance palace has appeared. Let's go. Immediately, one by one, they used their movement techniques and quickly rushed to the inheritance palace hundreds of meters in the air. Shunzong and the other two were among them. Around the feather-shaped inheritance palace, there were hidden entrances under the broken patterns. Everyone found the hidden entrances and went in. They quickly moved forward along the straight path, and then appeared in a spacious hall. The shape of the hall was also like a feather. The surrounding walls were filled with veined patterns, as if they had been broken. It was very large, with a radius of dozens of miles. It was also very vast. In the center of the hall stood a 32-sided stone tablet. It was black and white, and on each side were countless feather vein patterns. Each pattern was different from the other. Brother Chun, that is the inheritance palace's supreme treasure, the inheritance heavenly tablet. It is said to be a supreme treasure left behind by the master of Dragon Shadow Island. There are many inheritances inside, and each of them is very profound. At the very least, they can become the sect's most precious scriptures. The ninth prince said to Qinzong. His eyes were filled with a blazing light as he stared at the gigantic 32-sided black and white stone tablet in the middle. As far as I know, the Unhindered Sword Codex of the Unhindered Sword sect was comprehended from this stone tablet. Master Black's sword said calmly, but Qinzong was very surprised. The Unhindered Sword Codex was actually obtained from this inheritance palace. Then, it was possible that the person who obtained the Unhindered Sword Codex eventually established the Unhindered Sword sect and became the founder of the Unhindered Sword sect. However, it was hard to verify whether it was true or not. At the very least, it showed that this inheritance palace was extraordinary. If the Unhindered Sword Codex was really inherited from here, it should be complete. I wonder how it differs from the unhindered true power that I perfected. Qinzong thought to himself. As for whether it was strong or weak, Qinzong was confident that the Unhindered Sword Codex that he perfected with the help of the ancient tablet's power was great. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. His true power was definitely not inferior to the original complete Unhindered Sword Codex. He actually didn't die. Master Conqueror's gaze fell on Qinzong's face. He was slightly gloomy. His full-strength tortoise snake strike was actually not able to kill Qinzong. He looked like he was not injured at all. How is this possible? The third prince's face was also gloomy. His cold gaze swept across the tyrant martial ancestor's face, as if he was asking a question. The tyrant martial ancestor had already told him that Qinzong had been severely injured. Even if he didn't die, he would definitely be severely injured, and his spirit and martial foundation would be damaged. But now, Qinzong seemed to be unharmed. Sensing the gazes of Master Conqueror and the third prince, Qinzong looked over. He did not have any special expression. It was as if he was looking at a stranger. Then he naturally moved his gaze away and returned to the Heaven Inheritance Tablet. Qinzong naturally had a strong, killing intent towards Master Conqueror, but he was still not a match for him. As for the third prince, Qinzong also had a strong, killing intent. In the end, the reason why Master Conqueror had attacked him was because of the third prince. But fighting was not allowed here. This was the rule of the Hall of Inheritance. There was once someone who did not abide by this rule and wanted to kill someone. In the end, before he could do so, he was expelled by the power of the Hall of Inheritance and could not enter again. Other than the third prince and Master Conqueror, there were also a few people who looked at Qinzong with killing intent. They were the disciples of the Wanluo sect, Yin Wuqing and Su Xing, Brother Chun. The disciple of the Xianjun Palace, Qin Yi, cupped his fists and greeted Qinzong. Brother Qin. Qinzong returned the greeting. The disciple of the ancient mountain also grinned at Qinzong, but he did not say anything. Qinzong naturally returned the smile. Brother Chun, as far as I know, the inheritance within the divine tablet of inheritance is closely related to the person who comprehended it. Therefore, some people can obtain the inheritance from the divine tablet of inheritance, while others cannot. I do not know the specifics, but I do know one thing, the ninth prince said seriously. Follow your heart. Follow your heart. Okay. Qinzong nodded. The ninth prince knew more than he did, so there was no harm in listening to his opinion. Of course, Chunzong would not follow the script. Everything had to be done according to the actual situation. A mysterious fluctuation spread out from the divine tablet of inheritance. It was like an invisible ripple that swept across the crowd. They felt refreshed, and a mysterious feeling arose spontaneously. Everyone did the same thing and sat down cross-legged, their gazes focused on the divine tablet of inheritance. Chunzong naturally sat down cross-legged, as if it was not his own intention, but also as if it was driven by the deepest part of his heart. His eyes focused on the divine tablet of inheritance. He removed all distracting thoughts and focused all of his mind. Gradually, the broken feather patterns on the divine tablet of inheritance became clearer and bigger, as if it had become a world. In an instant, everything around him disappeared. Chunzong only felt that he was in an endless void, surrounded by darkness. When Chunzong's consciousness entered the dark void style, his body that was sitting cross-legged also emitted a faint layer of light. The light was somewhat transparent, as weak as a candle in the wind. Looking at the others, there was no such thing. In fact, this was a sign that one had entered the state of comprehension. Only by entering the state of comprehension could one obtain the inheritance from the divine tablet of inheritance. However, it was only a possibility, not an absolute. If one could not even enter the state of comprehension, then they would definitely not be able to obtain the inheritance. As time passed, gradually, a second person's body emitted a trace of light. It was the disciple of the ancient mountain. End of chapter. Chapter 544. The void was so vast that he couldn't see the end of it, let alone distinguish north from south. There seemed to be countless stars twinkling in the distance. Chunzong vaguely sensed a unique aura from the twinkling stars. Every star had a different aura. Scorching, icy cold, violent, gentle, fierce, cold, neutral. Could it be? Chunzong was surprised when an idea popped up in his mind. Did the starlight represent the inheritance? At first glance, there were hundreds and thousands of stars. Did this mean that there were thousands of inheritances here? According to the ninth prince, the worst inheritances in the inheritance palace could be used as the ultimate scripture of a sect. Thousands of inheritances were really amazing. Chunzong tried to calm himself down and carefully distinguish them. Under Chunzong's observation, the thousands of stars not only had different auras, but also had different colors. Generally speaking, they could be divided into 7 types of light: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, purple. What do the lights represent? Chunzong thought and tried his best to sense the aura fluctuations of the different lights. He found that the aura fluctuations of the red lights were the weakest, while the aura fluctuations of the purple lights were the strongest. Could it be that the red light is the lowest level and the purple light is the highest level? This speculation was reasonable, and it was the truth. The ninth prince didn't tell him this information, so he probably didn't know or couldn't tell him. The red stars were the most numerous, followed by the orange ones, followed by the yellow ones. As for the purple ones, which represented the highest level of inheritance, they were the least. There were only 3 of them, and they were distributed in different directions. As for the blue ones, there were more than 10 of them. There was no doubt that the inheritances were of the highest level. Chunzong focused on the first purple star and tried to sense it. The stars seemed to be surrounding him, but in fact they were far away. It was impossible to get close to them. He had to use his heart to sense them and resonate with them to receive the inheritance. All distracting thoughts disappeared. Chunzong focused on communicating with the first purple star, but he found that it was very far away. His consciousness had to fly and get closer. Finally, his consciousness came into contact with the purple starlight, but the purple starlight was like a pool of stagnant water. It did not react to Chunzong's mental power at all. Chunzong controlled his spiritual power and tried to penetrate the purple starlight, but was blocked by the invisible power of the purple starlight and could not penetrate at all. After many attempts, Chunzong understood that this inheritance was not suitable for him. In other words, he was not fated with it. Although it was a pity, Chunzong was not discouraged. Instead, he withdrew his consciousness and spiritual power and quickly extended them toward the second purple starlight. Like the first purple starlight, this purple starlight had no reaction to his consciousness. No matter how hard Chunzong tried, it remained indifferent and continued to release its own light. Chunzong had no choice but to use his consciousness and spiritual energy to quickly fly toward the third purple starlight. As soon as they came into contact, the third purple starlight seemed to fluctuate slightly. It was very subtle. If it weren't for Chunzong's keen perception, he probably wouldn't have noticed it. It's working. Chunzong was secretly delighted. He focused his mind and tried to penetrate his spiritual power into the purple starlight to find out what kind of inheritance it was. Unlike the previous indifference, Chunzong felt a resistance. It was a very strong resistance that kept his consciousness from entering. After trying for a while, Chunzong only managed to penetrate a little. He felt that his spiritual power had been greatly depleted. He had to temporarily stop and let his spiritual power recover. In this endless dark void, his spiritual power recovered very quickly. It did not take long for him to fully recover. However, this time, Chunzong did not directly wrap his spiritual power around the third purple starlight. The reaction meant that there was hope for the inheritance. However, the strong resistance also meant that the inheritance was not compatible with him. If he forcefully accepted the inheritance, it was very likely that he would fail. It seemed that everyone could only accept one type of inheritance here. If they failed, they would be expelled from the divine inheritance monument. Chunzong looked at the blue starlights. He carefully distinguished them. Some blue starlights were lighter, while others were darker. Perhaps this meant that there were differences between inheritances of the same level. His spiritual consciousness quickly went to the deepest blue starlight. When he came into contact with it, Chunzong could clearly feel the power of resistance. This meant that the inheritance was not suitable for him. Moving to the second deep blue starlight, Chunzong felt the fluctuation and resistance. However, the resistance was not very strong. His spiritual consciousness penetrated it bit by bit to feel the mystery of the inheritance. Vaguely, Chunzong felt that it was a palm technique inheritance. He could not help but feel disappointed. He hoped to get an inheritance related to swords the most. A palm technique inheritance would not be of much help to him. He withdrew his spiritual consciousness and moved to the third blue starlight. He carefully sensed them one by one. Soon, Chunzong came into contact with all 10 blue starlights. Among them, 7 blue starlights were not suitable for him. 3 blue starlights had a 50 to 60% chance of getting the inheritance. However, they were not to his liking. Following one's heart and following one's feelings was obviously against the inheritance. Involuntarily, Chunzong glanced at the blue starlights. There were more blue starlights. There were more than 30 of them. The colors were also different. Chunzong naturally started with the darkest blue starlight. As soon as he came into contact with it, he felt like a fish in water. This surprised Chunzong. Could this be an inheritance that was suitable for him? Chunzong did not know that there were thousands of inheritances in the inheritance sky steel, and not everyone could sense them. This was related to the individual. For example, Chunzong could sense the inheritances of purple starlight, but some warriors could only sense the inheritances of cyan starlight. Some were even weaker and could only sense the inheritances of yellow starlight. The higher the level of the inheritance, the harder it was to get it. Since ancient times, many warriors had entered here. Many of them could sense the inheritance. However, very few of them could receive the inheritance of the blue starlight. Most of them could only receive the inheritance of the red starlight or the orange starlight. Only a few could receive the inheritance of the yellow starlight. As for the inheritance of the green starlight, it was extremely rare. There were less than 3 people on the Dragon Shadow Island who could receive the inheritance of the green starlight. An extremely cold aura spread out. It was as if it was going to corrode Chunzong's consciousness. Chunzong was shocked. He quickly controlled his consciousness to retreat. This inheritance seemed to be suitable for him, but it was not what Chunzong wanted. Every martial artist's temperament was different. Only then would there be all-encompassing cultivation techniques and martial arts. The compatibility between the divine inheritance steel and the martial artist was very strange. Even Chunzong did not know what the pattern was. However, it was obvious that he did not want this inheritance. That kind of coldness was against his path. His consciousness shifted to the second blue starlight. In the outside world, around the inheritance divine steel, there were already 8 people emitting a faint halo. This meant that they had all entered a state of comprehension. These 8 people were the third prince, the 9th prince, the Conqueror Martial sect, and the Black Sword sect. In addition, there were also the disciples of the Ancient Mountain, the core disciples of the Mysterious Truth Palace, the core disciples of the Wanluo sect, and the core disciples of the Graceful Sword sect. I mainly practice the sword. The most suitable inheritance for me is a sword-type inheritance. The 9th prince looked around. He could see hundreds of stars twinkling. Most of them were red, then orange, then yellow. As for green, there were very few, and there were only 2 blue starlights. The inheritance contained in the red starlight was enough to become a low-rank sect's core scripture. The inheritance contained in the orange starlight could become a middle-rank sect's core scripture. As for the inheritance contained in the yellow starlight, it could become a high-rank sect's core scripture. Of course, this was under normal circumstances. Some of the stronger low-rank sect's core scriptures would not be inferior to the core scriptures of a middle-rank sect's core scripture. Blue starlight. I hope there is one suitable for me. The 9th prince's eyes flashed. His consciousness quickly spread out and came into contact with the first blue starlight. The 3rd prince's dark space was similar to the 9th prince's. He also had 2 blue starlights. He was the first to come into contact with the blue starlight, hoping that it would be suitable for him. The Xianjian sect stood quietly in the dark void. The starlight was of different colors, dazzling and resplendent. Red, orange, yellow, green, and 7 cyan starlight could be seen. Faintly, one could also see a faint, undetectable blue starlight flashing. However, the blue starlight was too weak and hard to notice. After observing for a while, the Mystic Sword sect chose a blue starlight. His consciousness quickly approached and came into contact with it. In the dark space of the Conqueror Martial sect, the red, orange, and yellow starlights were very obvious. There were dozens of green starlights, but only 5 blue starlights. As for the blue starlight, there was no trace of it. The Conqueror Martial sect's gaze swept across the 5 blue starlights. Then, the Conqueror Martial sect chose a blue starlight based on his intuition and spread out his consciousness. The Ancient Mountain disciple stood in the air, the energy around his body condensed. His gaze swept past, and a sharp light shot out, as if he wanted to compete with the resplendent starlight around him. There were red starlight, orange starlight, yellow starlight, green starlight, and cyan starlight. There were more than 30 cyan starlight, and 8 blue starlight that were 1 level higher. As for the purple starlight that was 1 level higher, there was also one, but it looked relatively weak. It flickered like a candle in the wind, which meant that the talent of the disciples of the Eternal Mountain was even above that of the 3rd prince, the 9th prince, the Xianjian sect, and the others. Purple starlight, huh? What kind of inheritance is it? The Ancient Mountain disciple's deep voice reverberated around his body. A tyrannical and tenacious consciousness instantly spread out, sweeping out like a storm, instantly sweeping towards the seemingly weak purple starlight. The starlight flickered, as if countless small eyes were blinking at the distant end of the void, staring at everyone in the void. The warriors all tried their best to focus their minds to come into contact with the starlight, to sense and find the most suitable inheritance for themselves. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.